Okay. Angere re tshwere dipene kaofela. All right, okay. Arilo angere. Arili. Here sa tshwara dipene. Are tlo e flighter for the whole time agenda ya rona. But we are on agenda point number 4, which is apologies. We will receive the apologies from the administration of the committee, but I've got the first apology from the office of the MEC Maile.
MEC Umayi
MEC Maile is not with us. They are in a meeting with the Premier. He's unable to attend, but the office is represented by the senior management. And can I get other apologies, Jackie?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, HOD.
Batho ba IT, batho ba technology. Can you assist, please?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, honorable members and stakeholders available. I've got only one apology from Member Dlamini, who is attending COCTA meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the other apology check is the apology from the Deputy Speaker, who is outside the country. Honorable members, I'm presenting the apology for noting before I present the apologies for noting. HOD, is there any apologies from your side?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. Dumelang. Chair, only one apology from our side. DDG Molokome is off sick. He had he had to undergo an operation. Ke a utlwala? Chair, ke a utlwala? Okay, only one apology. DDG Molokome, one of the senior managers of the department, he had to go through an operation, so he's off sick. Thanks.
Honorable members, I'm presenting the apologies as presented for noting. Any seconder?
A second, Chair.
Thank you, Member Mahali, for seconding. Can I find out we have invited the ward councillor? Is the ward councillor present in our meeting? Where is the councillor? Ate mopili, umung mabu. Pamilis anemolane, anem. While the councillor is coming, can I present the agenda? We are in agenda point number 5, confirmation of the agenda. Then we move to number 6, presentation by the department and Gauteng Partnership on an annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Number 7 will be the briefing by the AG office on the audit outcome on the annual report for the Department of Human Settlement and Gauteng Partnership Funds for 2022-2023 financial year. Number 8, it will be the stakeholders' input on an annual report. 9 will be way forward. 10 will be vote of thanks. 11 will be date of the next meeting. Honorable members, I'm presenting the agenda for adoption. Any mover? Member Duplessis?
Madam Chair,
It's not working.
Madam Chair, I'm moving for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Duplessis, for moving. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thanks for seconding. I feel that I am now handicapped. If systems are not working and the meeting need to be recorded, our discussion from the members need to be recorded. Ke kopa hore le lokise this thing before re tlo tsena ka mo di-discussioneng. Because the mic is meant for the public ko tlase. I feel that is sabotage. Councillor, you are welcome. Feel free. You are part of us. Okay. Can we move to the presentation? Before we move to the presentation, the members of the public together with the stakeholders, we are having gadget which you can use for listening in a different language because the presentations will be done in English. But I'll request the department somewhere they must at least to try to explain some of their issues in our language. But where is the gadget? Those that they need the gadget for translation, for English is channel 1. For Sepedi, Sesotho is channel 3. isiZulu, isiXhosa, channel 4. Afrikaans, channel 2. Chivenda, channel 5. And there is a sign language. Those that they want the gadget for translation, they can raise their hands so that they give them the gadget, because during the presentation, we don't want disturbance. Bale batlang ho kriya gadget hore le kgone ho utlwa presentation e ka maleme a mangwe, seXhosa or seZulu, ke kopa le emise matsoho hore ba kgone ho lefa di gadget. Emisang a re bolelang re emisang matsoho. Are you done with the distribution? We are now going to receive the presentation of the annual report for 2022-2023. We will start first with the department. After the department, it will be the GPF. Then I'll request the HOD to do the opening before the presentation will be done to us, because the MEC is not here. Over to you, HOD. HOD.
Good morning, once again. Chair, just to give you a couple of notes before we start with the presentation. The department will present an overview of the performance for the prior financial year. We will zoom into areas of performance
So le
and
ngxelo.
areas of underperformance. And we will also just briefly highlight how we performed in terms of the finances. So without necessarily going into further detail, I'm going to hand over to DDG Nomfundo to take us through the presentation, lest I repeat what's in the presentation. Thank you.
Then what's happening now?
Sanibonani mphakathi ngithanda ukubingelela amalungu legislature ngokuzithoba bengithi sanibonani ekseni kwanamhlanje mina igama lami nguNomfundo njengoba sebengibikile umphathi wethu uMiss Mbanjwa ngithanda ukubingelela futhi amakhansela akhona nomphakathi jikelele njengoba sebeshilo ngizopresenta i-annual report yonyaka odlule uhlelo lento engizobe ngipresenta izobe ihambisana nololuhla lolo lubekwe lapho olubhalwe table of contents izona izinto engizobe ngizipresenta and then uthi ngangichithela isikhathi ngizongena endabeni Sipho All right, kulokhu ngizoqala nge-strategic focus over i-short term period. Sesifikela khona emaphethelweni o5 years lo. Kodwa ke njengoba sengishilo ngizokhuluma nje ukuthi izinto ezifocus ekuzona yini. As a department si focus kuma mega human settlements projects. Si focus ku rapid land release. Fast tracking yama townships, a register transfer of subsidy homes and issuance zama title deeds or registration. Okunye esibhekene nako ukufast tracker nokuyuza i-bulk infrastructure strategically. And then urban renewal, EIGR, provision of housing opportunities kuma townships through ama service stands nokwakhiwa kwezindlu ukufast tracker ukwakhiwa kabusha kwama hostela sinama hostela eprovince okuyithina esidila ngawo kodwa ke nama municipalities nawo anomsebenzi wawo so senza a different abanye benza amanye so sinalawa wethu thina eswa ownayo esifocusa kuwona. And then okunye si fast tracker indaba yama upgrade ama informal settlements siphinde sifuthi sikhona ukuthutha abantu labo abafike bazibeke eindaweni ezithile sibasithuthele endaweni ezingathi bangakhona ukuhlala kuzona. So ama priorities wethu mangiwa summarize kulezi zinto esengizishilo njengoba ngishilo ukuthi sakha izindlu siphinde service nama sites amanye wakhona sikhona ukwa release ukuthi abantu abanye ngoba bazichuzela ukuzakhela abanye bamele ukuthi siwaservice ukuthi sikwazi ukwakha. And then sikhona futhi ukuresuscitate i-urban renewal njengoba bese ngishilo, and then ama-hostel bese ngikhulumile ngawo, and then ama-upgrading wama-human settlements, and then ngakhuluma ngama-title deeds ukwa-registrar no deeds office, and then nokuformalize ama-townships. Khona ama-townships amanye la already sekukhona amalokishi akhona kodwa uthola ukuthi unfortunately awagxulisi ama-municipality ngendlela imithetho okufanele izinto ezithile ezazishoda pre-1994. So ukugcwalisela lezo zinto ziyalungiswa, and then nokutransforma-ke ama-transformation imperatives njengokuthi ukutholakala kwemisebenzi njalo njalo kulama projects esiwa-implementayo. As the overview of the operations of the department, department ikhonile kulonyaka uku-achieve i-unqualified audit report, ku-vote ku-report ka-auditor general. And le milestone le i-reflecta ukuthi department i-committed ukuba transparent kunina noku-accounta, and then also i-presenta ama-fair management practices as required. Whilst ku-housing fund, njengoba nanikhumbula sasashela i-building kwaba inkinga-ke ukuthi ezinye izinto sikhona ukuzibuyisela sizabe ukukhopha lokho nalokho. And then for ama-Gauteng residents-ke le achievement ibonisa i-improvement resultant from implementation ye-turnaround strategy. Siyasafaka-ke ama-focus areas azowenza ukuthi sishintshe isimo from what it was before to what it is, so that sikhona ukubona sisifike ku-trajectory ebonisa i-improvement ngokuthi sizama uku-improve i-governance yethu, i-financial management, program delivery, innovation, noku-digitizer izinto ukuthi zikhona ukwenzeka nange-system noma i-manual direction yenzekile. And then integrated planning and organizational structure reviews. Sisebenzile ke njenge department ukuzama uku-improve through implementation yama control measures ensure ukuthi sikhona uku-tracker ukuthi sesikuphi manje nale implementation strategy sethu turnaround, so that si-unblock izinto ezibambekile ebezenza ukuthi kwangathi inyawo zethu ziphakathi kodaka. Ama-challenges ke esike saba nawo njenge department in our endeavor to try and implement izinto esizithembisile. Ezinye ama-contractor uthola ukuthi umuntu kuba ne-poor or slow contractor performance. Sorry. And then khona amanye ama-contractor be-withdraw kuma-projects. Ngama-reasons are different. Amanye wawo bekuba indaba yokuthi maye cancelile or attenderile kodwa ubese u-rejecta i-appointment letter ngama-reasons athile azosipha wona. Lokho ke kwakuzofanele ukuthi sibuyele emuva siprocure futhi siqale phansi. Lokho ke bekudelay ama-projects in any case. And then kwezinye indawo uthola ukuthi ama-communities aya-protesta ngezinto ezithile ezingabagxulisi, nako lokho kudelay ama-projects. Njengoba nibonile indaba yama-business forum ibe inkinga ezweni lonke. Ama-issues bese ngikhulumile ngama-contractors alayo imali ethiwe ebekiwe ukuthi uma u-implementa lokhu imali engaka. So konke lokhu unfortunately kube ama-delays, kokunye bekuba ama-court interdict, so uthola ukuthi ke umsebenzi fanele ume. And then okunye engicabanga ukuthi umphakathi uyakwazi lokho ukuthi umsebenzi wale department weyame ku-dependency yabanye esisebenzisana nabo abafana nama-municipalities, abafana no-deeds office, abafana nama-office surveyor general afana amanye njalo njalo. So zonke lezi zinto ukuthi umsebenzi wethu khona uqhubeka ugxile kuyo yonke leyo nto engizama ukuyichaza. And then ama-procurement processes njengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi mangabe kunama unsuccessful bidders bekufanele ukuthi siqale phansi futhi process and wonke umuntu uyakwazi lokuthi i-process ithatha isikhathi. Mawuqala phansi kusho ukuthi uzo waste another few months until uthole omunye umuntu ozo replace lo obetenderile. And then bekunama projects also are behind schedule njalo njalo. So overall performance yethu ngama targets ebesiwabekile. Overall besinama targets awu 47. Sakhona uku-achieve awu 13. And then amanye bowenziwe kusho ukuthi umsebenzi wakhona ubuqala ku 50% ufike ku 99%. But maye ku 99% angeke ukuthi ukhonile ukuyikhona ngoba ushoda ngo 1%. So yawela ku 21%. And then lawa singawa-achieve ke aba u-24. So iyona i-reflection yakhona le ngeke ngigxile kuyona. Kodwa ke ukuthi nje it's a diagrammatic representation of the same. And then ku MTSF indlela esizamile ukuthi sidile ngama special transformation. I-investment yethu ama projects allocate kuma PDAs sina 26 eyagazethwa uminister. So ama projects wethu ngonyaka odlule ubowaqulisa bonke bo represented against u26 law. Kodwa ke i-investment ihambisana nokuthi ama contractors perform efficient kangakanani. So siyesathola ukuthi ama contractors wethu lawa engikhulume ngawo ngathi aya poor performer. Ubuchecka i-investment siyibala ngemali espendiwe, so ihamba ne-invoice which is basically projected at 18%. And then ama plans, area based plans awu 10 la beswaplanile besinawo aku draft bekushoda nje ukuthi sikhulumisana nama municipalities vumelane esesikwenzile nje ngalonyaka lo sikuqulisile konke lokho kodwa ngalesa sikhathi siqeda ngoMarch besingakaqedi. And then i-rezoning yona azange sikhona ukuyiqeda kodwa kulonyaka sesina 2 already ebonakalayo simele nje ukuthi usurveyor general akhona ukuconfirma ukuthi i-rezoning i-residential. And then ama BNG units sikuphi basically ukwakha izindlu sifikile already ku 35,961. And then to date, as at masigcina ngoSeptember bese siku 38,829. And then kulawo eswa categorizer ngikhuluma ngemega la ngibuya khona njengamanje. Ilegacy besina 8,701 and then ngoSeptember siku 8,701. Blocked 357 and then ikhuluma ngezindlu ama BNGs and then ama sites besiku as at September besiku 34,029. Ama sites asevisiwe were amounted to 25,076 and then exclude ama engineering services eswenzile la siwenze ngewater nesewer ma ueda lokho kusipha u8,046. And then lawo aso categorizer as legacy boa eda kuko phezulu kwalokho kube u5,739. And then njengoba bese ngishila ama municipal engineering services mawabala cumulatively as at September bese siku 1,704. And then iFLISP besina 592. And then ama rental housing units delivered and as were implemented through entity to EGPF were amounted to 3,272 And then musuhlanganisa no 720 omunye sawenza as a department before national ithi ushra uzoyimplementa lento. Bese siku 3416. And then ama CRUs ke aswa implement ngoba abantu basitshela ukuthi bona abakhoni ikhono njengoba nibona economy inciphe kangaka ishrinke kangaka. Ama title deeds total ngizokhuluma nje total ukuthi to date siku 29,971. But as at unyaka odlule bese ku 28,579. Ama informal settlements are upgraded to phase 3. Azange sirekhode kodwa besine progress esirecordile in terms of ama milestones eso achievile and besine ama upgrading plans awu 20 ebese siqedile ngawo ama rapid assessments esawa complete awaye 15. And then 27, ama social compacts, esawaqeda. And then, ama sanitation services, also provided, ngonyaka odlule, 45,238. Ama informal settlements, also providing ama interim services. Okusho ukuthi, 2022, sapha, 41, 2021, about 54. 2020 about 49. And then approval hostels redevelopment strategy sayiqeda ya endorswa yi-Exco. And then in an effort to increase the impact kuma-hostela, i-department yafocusa endabeni yama-hostela esiwa-ownayo njengoba bengishilo awu-6. So i-bulk assessment sawaqeda ngonyaka odlule awu-6 kulama inner city hostels esinawo George Koch njalo njalo. And then awu-6 saqeda lapho sangena ama-hostela senza i-routine maintenance ne-environmental upkeep ukuthi kungabi indaba yokuthi kube indawo engcolile njalo njalo. And then saqeda lapho sa-eda u-58 municipality owned hostels sawa-assessa ngonyaka kulonyaka wamanje kodwa last year sasingakawaqedi lawo because sasingawaplanile in any case. But ama-major repairs into esiqale kulonyaka ukumitha lezinduna siqale ngonyaka odlule. Siba consulta ngezinto esasizozenza ngonyaka ozayo which is this year. I-rapid land release ngasho nje ukuthi ama-stands esawasevisa ukuthi sirelease kulaba abakhonayo ukuzakhela 2,158 and then esesinikeze abantu awu 2,000 imiphakathi ehlukahlukene it's 2,824 kulaba abaqualifyayo abayile bahamba baqualify ku system le abaqualify kuyona. And then so all I can say is that investigate ama land portions awu 230 ngesikhathi sa 2019 and then 6,000 are worth 6,366 hectares. And basibonisa i-potential ka 338 kodwa mase sihlolisisa sathola ukuthi ama opportunities lawo amanye angeke abantu bakwazi ukuhlala kuona. Indawo ezinamanzi ezinye ezinama wetlands njalo njalo. So sathola ukuthi total engakhona ukusebenziseka ukuthi sikwazi ukurelease more. Yayi worth ama portions are 106,000. So in actual facts na 2,870 partially serviced ababhizi bayiservice ukuthi sikwazi ukurelease kwabanye. And then i-consignment yokuqala soqala ukuyibona between i-third quarter ne fourth quarter yakulonyaka. I-urban renewal yona siyesa intervene eindaweni ezihlukahlukene iBhekasdali ngokusevisa esaqeda kuzona iBhekasdali sakhona ukusevisa nokumaintaina i-storm water infrastructure sabo eVatoni sabuya nakhona sa upgrade Everton outfall sewer network, and then sa assessa umsebenzi osele ukuthi sikwazi ukuqeda ama ablution structures awu 30, and then iWinterfeld stormwater restoration infrastructure nayo sayiqeda, and then Alexander sesebhizi ke khona. And izinto ezinye ke izo lezi ezibhaliwe lapho ukuthi siqede ini nani okunye sisebhizi kodwa iproject yona yonkana asikayiqedi because it's a bigger project and involve ama stakeholders afana no City of Joburg, okunye kwenziwa iCity of Joburg, ezinye zenziwa yithina, kodwa sonke siphokophele endaweni eyodwa yokuthi senze sure ukuthi Alexander siyithena around. Ngizoya ku program 1 ngokusheshsha ke ngikhuluma ukuthi izinto esazi-achieve, it's 82% of prior material statements esiyes addressa towards unqualified opinion lesi esayithola kulo nyaka. And then 100% ama-invoice wabhatale in 30 days wonkana, as long as comply abantu ba-understand ukuthi yini efanele bayenze, sakhona ukuthi saqede 100% in 30 days, and then sa-upgrade ama-global risk response action plans, and then also sa-trainer staff on IDMS, abantu abawu 404. And I think sengikhulumile ngalezi, but it's just for noting lezi ne. Ngizoya ku program 2 imali esiyayispenda ngo program 1 nezinto engizishilo ukuthi azange siperforme kuzona. I-corporate services iyaspenda u524 njengoba umbona lapho eloneni expenditure yethu, wasala u19 informe ama vacant posts, and then so i-total yakhona kuseyiyona yona leyo in total. And then in terms of performance information njengoba besengishilo ama-achievements amanye we program 2 ama-policies amabili esawadeveloper, and then sa-review out 23, sabuya sa-review i-master plan ye-province yonkana, sabuya ne-multi project pipeline sayi-update ngoba bese sinayo unyaka odlule. So nale isakhuluma zona islide engisikhulumile ukuthi ama-policies bo amabili eswenzile, sasiplane eyodwa kodwa senza amabili, and then asawa-reviewa besiplane awu-5 kodwa sakhona ukureviewa awu-23. And then sabuya i-master plan beyiyodwa vele sayi-achieve nayo, ne-multi-year project pipeline besitargethe eyodwa sakhona ukuyi-perform. U2.5 njengoba nimbona lapho, njengoba besengishilo ebesenazo besesizenzile siqedile, the only thing kwakusela ukuthi si-consult nama-municipalities njengoba besengishilo. So lawo ma-draft ngiyazi ukuthi sewaqediwe njengamanje and sesiwarepotile. Yeah. Yeah, ama-formalized projects azange si-formalize kodwa besinama-milestones athile sikhonile kwaqeda. Investment in total human settlements allocation besengikhulumile ngayo, ngasho ukuthi besiku-18% ngendaba yokuthi ama-contractors wethu nawo ngendlela aba-spenda ngayo influencer this process. However, okunye engaku-eda ukuthi ama-projects amaningi asasi-resolve ngawo kweza i-directive entsha ngo-2020 eka-minister la confirma ama-PDAs. Sasesiqalela ngawo ama-projects ngoba sasesithembisile imiphakathi, saqhubeka ngawo ukuthi sikwazi ukuqedelela lokho sasikuthembisile. I-rezoning besengikhulumile ngayo, ama-land parcels esibhizi ngawo ngisho ngathi amabili already sewa-subdividiwe, kuyiyona into ebeyishoda, but amathathu sisaqhubeka ngawo kodwa sokhona ukwenza ngonyaka ozayo. And then ku-program 2 ke imali esiyayispenda it's that njengoba ubona lapho lo 13562, and then saba ne-under expenditure ka-500. Program 3, ama-achievements wethu are pertinent to ama-6 inner city hostels. Sawa-assessor for bulk assessment, nokuthi enough na. 20 approved informal settlements, upgrading plans were also completed. Kule ye-FLISP, sasesebhizi nge-finalization ye-IP, which is Basic Implementation Protocol, no NHFC. And then masifika endabeni yama well-located land parcels, sakhona ukuthenga umhlaba ofika kuyo lo 275.8555 hectares. And ama land parcels sawatenga. Mountain View, Bel Air, ne Graceland. Ngiyaxolisa. Maphaphu wami awe asthma so ahamba avaleke ngiyaxolisa. Serviced errands eswa release kuma beneficiaries. Bowafika ku 745 against law 3,500 and ama challenges esaba now. It's because base advertiser is sithola ukuthi ama land parcels lawa awunayo amanye invadiwe when the government has a plan ukuthi iba implement so sibuyele emuva noma sithi siyawathenga lawa siwathengayo uthola ukuthi eGauteng nayibona indawo yethu incane so njengoba incane sithola ukuthi ama responses esiwatholayo kuma land owners labo aba owner umhlaba uthola ukuthi awekho responsive ngalendlela ebesiplanning ngakhona so iyona into eyasenza ukuthi sifike kulo 745 if abaningi bebe respondile ngabe safika I'm sure kulo 3,500 and then okunye ama serviced errands procured from the private sector aw 548 against that 860 and ama challenges wethu boyindaba njengoba sengishilo ukuthi I response ihamba kancane and then besine sale agreement already procure aw 548 eyasignwa unyaka odlule so ama section 82 wakhona ukonfirma completion of services ukuthi sikwazi ukudlulisa umthetho we municipality bekuyiyona into ebishoda. Sorry, excuse me. And then bulk infrastructure funding transferred to our local municipalities. Yeah, about 329 million, 329,861,614.39 against a target 346,199,0455. And then our units are complete. Pertinent to ama hostela azange sikhone ukwakha last year kodwa ke sasiplan out 28 and then ama TORs ama operational setbacks iwona asenze ukuthi singakhona ukuimplementa ama targets lawo and then saqala ke sakufanele ukuthi sikhona ukuthola umuntu ongawenza and then ama inner city hostels njengoba bese ngishile aw 6 sakhona ukuwaqeda and then ku URP wakuma various stages we planning due to implementation multi-year implementation and then winterfeld khona leyo so kwafanele ukuthi sibuyele futhi si procure njengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi lezi zinto ngesikhathi sidilewa indaba ye procurement process efanele ibuyele emuva futhi iphindwe kabili noma kathathu and then ama plans i-approval yenzeka somewhere else ayenzeki ku-province so siyasimele i-stakeholder leso ukuthi sikhona uku-approve ama-plans lawo sikwazi ukuthi then si-execute community development i-funding agreement yathi miqedwa then sasesibona ukuthi i-prioritiziwe and then ama-funds are prioritized to another project and then iBhakasdal nayo wafanele futhi ukuthi ya-re-advertise because kwakungekho i-service provider eyayi-successful. Ama-informal settlements are provided ama-sanitation services. Sasiplena u 69. Ngizosho nje kumphakathi ukuthi siwenze awu 69 kodwa ngoba siyacheckwa umsebenzi wethu senza sure esingakutholanga ngoba sisebenzisana nani imiphakathi ngesikhathi uthola ukuthi iward council endaweni ethile ayisayinile lokho asikwazi ukuyirecorda leyo nto kodwa ke sibhalile izinto ezenze ukuthi i-time sheet mangabe ingasayinwanga ama-parties wonke asikwazi ukuyirecorda kodwa ngizoconfirma mina ukuthi enziwa kodwa ke sakhona ukurecorda awu 41 wawo njengoba sengishilo ukuthi kokunye ama-service sheet uthola ukuthi awasayiniwe ama-parties ngoba sayina i-department kusayine umuntu o-councillor mhlawumbe njalo njalo so ama-dates wakhona uthola ukuthi omunye akenzanga lokho so isuke ingasabi compliant under u-AG leyo nto and u-AG u-right ufanele check ukuthi izinto zenzeka ngendlela afanele kwenzeke ngakhona so iwona wonke ama-reasons lawo so ama-ward councillor lawo babengasayinile sazi mhlawumbe babesesibhedlela kodwa all we can say is that ezinye izinto uma ngabe ngasayinanga wonke umuntu angeke sikwazi ukuyiconsider as done and then koTsolopili azange babenefit ngoba interim services yase-offerwa i-municipality bashintsha khona lapho so kwashintsha ukuthi singakhona ukuyenza and then esibukeng unit 20 azange babenefit from thina ngoba i-request ye-municipality ye-community leyo ya-omithwa and then kwa-Brown azange benefit because informal settlements leyo formal structures with waterborne toilets and then informal settlements awu-7 aseviswa ngo-Q3 kodwa ama-service sheets lawo unfortunately wazangatholakali and then ama-5 informal settlements received from interim services wayengekho kule letter eyayithunyelwe yi-municipality bacela uncedo so asikwazi uku-implementa into esingavumelananga ngayo ngoba kwakufanele ibe khona and then informal settlements ebefanele upgraded to phase 2 ama-planning services wakhona waba slower than anticipated so azange sikhona ukuqeda kodwa ke kulo nyaka lawo ma-informal settlement azowela ku-phase 3 azosenabula ukuthi sikhona uku-upgrade ama-informal settlements esiwaplanile ukuthi afike ku-phase 3 informal settlements upgrading plans njengoba ngishilo sasiplane u-20 sam-achieve u-20 ama-social complex wayo-18 sa-achieve u-22 esiwaplanile sakhona uku-achieve u-18 because emfuleni babengasayinile and wonke awu-5 wayebuya khona emfuleni because kwakune-moratorium from emfuleni municipality and then ama-interim water services ke wona sasisese epayipini lokuthi sikhona ukuthola i-service provider ngaphakathi kwalokho and then lawo e-phase 3 njengoba besengishilo because ama-activities wethu wayesese-phase 2 azange sikhona ukuqeda u-phase 3 kodwa sasi-anticipate ukuthi eyodwa sobe siqedile emakuphela unyaka and then senza ama-social economic amenities kuma-mega projects athile and sakhona ukuqeda awu-4 senza i-taxi rank sakhona ukuqeda i-SMME facility ne-sports facility and lezo zenzeka khona e-West Rand and then sakhona ukuqeda ama-community halls amabili and then owakusele ile business small business facility esizoyiqedela kulo nyaka and then in terms of izindlu esazakha sakha izindlu ezu-6,625 under mega uzobona ezinye ngizozi-eda so kodwa ama-challenges esaba nawo saba ne-contractor eslow eWinterfeld extension 3 nase-Soshanguve extension 1 nase-Thina Sonke extension 4 eBlue Gum eProper nase-Chief Luthuli extension 6 Tamboville extension ne-eThwathwa extension 4 8 11 12 13 21 and 24 iTsakane extension 22 Mackenzie extension 2 ne-Ferring and then West Rand ne-Dentlome i-delivery affectwa ama-community protest and then Soshanguve extension 4 and 5 nase-19 nakhona including i-Retabiseng extension 5 i-contractor ya-rejecta i-appointment i-state ukuthi hayi i-subsidy quantum le e-offerwayo incane for bona. And then i-Afri Village kwakune-court interdict eyasevwa, and then eJabulani CBD being Parcel K kwakune-delay ku-LHBRC kwakunezinto basabonisana ngazo esayithini ukuthi kwazi ukuvumelana and then ikwazi uku-endoswa. So ama-BNGs wonke waye 6,982. Mangihlanganisa nale column engizobe ngikhuluma ngayo njengamanje mawungabheka lezansi kunama-job structures awu 357 mangi-ede nawo, so ake ngisangena kuyona leyo. And then ama-service sites zakhona ukuqeda awu 1,753 because amanye, and then sakhona also awu 6,342 because of poor contractor, poor performance contractor, Lady Selborne. Yona yasinciphisela from what we had intended, what you see today. And then ama approved esiba allocated izindlu babo 5,775 against 6,500. And then ama projects esawa enroller bawu 8 against 22. So in terms of expenditure yethu we are low 4,975,262. So esaku underspend kwaku 236,023. Program 4 ama achievements wethu waye ama properties esawa transfer kuma beneficiaries ema flatini njalo njalo kwaku sakhona kuloko esasekuplannile wayenza u329%. And then ama disputes esa resolve kwaku 66%, sasplane u65%. And then ama title deeds were post 2014 wa amounted to 1,825. Njengoba uyibona lapho njengoba bese ngishilo na ama targets akhona niyabona. So iyona lento bengiyikhuluma njengamanje 66% ngakhuluma ngama occupants. Ama occupants are confirmed as legitimate because abanye bayangena kodwa mangabe ungaapprove ku system kuba yinkinga ngempela. Kodwa ke sakhona ukuthi si confirm aba 1,308 bakhona. And then the physical verification conducted on 2,242. But sasingakhona ukuconfirma ukuthi legitimacy yalabo bese sibabalile babo 2,242. So if sasi ede ngala ebizophakamisa isibalo. The number of ownership disputes resolved in respect of pre-1994 waba mathathu ama disputes kwabantu angithi niyabona kuba nama family disputes balwela izindlu zogogo njalo njalo. So kulawo ma disputes amathathu esakhona kwa resolve because kwakunama postponement wama hearings and then sometimes uthola ukuthi umuntu uyivezile indaba ngoba sine committee eGauteng ekhona ukunceda ama families alwela izindlu ukuthi babelethe isikhalo, then uthola ukuthi mabebiziwe bese abezi. So leyo nto iaffecta ukuthi singakhona ukuresolve the number of disputes esizitholile esifale ziresolve. And then kuma pre-1994 awu 18 against 1,150. However besinamanye esingazange sowakhona ukwa categorize sina additional 501 esakhona ukuthi ama title deeds wakhona are registered kodwa singakhona ukuthi so confirm ukuthi awela kiphi category ngempela but wona akhona. And then awu 3,089 awe post 1994 sakhona kwa register, and then awu 1,825 wayewela ku post 2014. And then ku new title deeds azange sikhone ukwa confirm because njengoba ngishilo mangiqala ngishilo ukuthi sinenkinga yama townships wakudala akufanele kulungiswe izinto ezazikhona pre-1994 okusafanele zilungiswe ukuthi zikhona ukucomply ezintweni zemunicipality. ukuthi zikhona ukucomply to ispluma prerequisites. And then expenditure according to ngaphansi kwale program. Waba actually wakhona waba ulo 166193. Kodwa kwakuplane u192 and then esanga khona kuyilona kwaku 26063. And then in terms of human resource management, organizational capacity, no identify, no develop capacity, recruitment, include the possibility of an online to attract right candidates, and then your talent and skills development for employees on new and emerging skills. Prioritize the training interventions to address departmental critical competencies, youth development programs for assisting with creating talent through internships, employment equity, guide recruitment, selection, yabantu abathile aba-applyile, and then the health and wellness. So now, basically, this is what they do.
Ke kopa DDG,
Ma.
o ka ema nyana. Re kopa hore if o utlwa o ka re o lapile, you are tired, you are losing concentration, o tswele ko ntle o betha ke moya than le hore le ire le shata. Nkere we are recording the proceedings. Re itse ka mo ke ka mo parlamenteng. Ntho enngwe le enngwe e irahala mo ra recorda.
Yes, ma'am.
So ke a kopa badudi, ke a kopa di stakeholders tswetswe. I know hore sometimes a le kgono follower, but if o utlwa o ka re o rokonyana batla swela ko ntle o bethe ke moya, you will come back. Over to you, DDG. O ka speed up anyana Osaka.
No, se ke a fetsa mme, o lokile, ke a leboga. And then the achievements under HR, nearly basically the development, service delivery model aligned to strategic plans arona. And then really review organizational structure by EDPSA. And then the proposed structure approved by OOP. And then there is a EDPSA uti conquer. So sasiqedile ke structure, but structure sethu siconquerwe kulonyaka nge-first quarter. And then developer placement and migration strategy. Also conduct a change management training with organized labor, the senior management and staff. And then conduct IDMS trainer staff as figure 404. And then the placement and migration committee established as the oversight structure for implementation structure ebesesimele ukuthi iDPSA ikhona ukuthi siconquer once sebasayinile already kodwa kulonyaka. And then kwaba departmental employment equity committee appointwa and then yayibambe ama meeting awu2. And then departmental employment equity plan developer consultor as their approval. And then job access strategic framework, gender equality strategy framework, developer na approval. And then submit to office premium ngesikhathi. And then the vacancy rate yethu reducewa, yehliswa. Ukuthi kuzokhona ukuba nabantu abakhonayo ukuthi benze umsebenzi njengoba kufanelekile. And then ama challenges esesaba nawo under EHR ukuthi kuye kwa terminate any system bayibiza ukuthi job grading system by DPSA. So leyo iyaba ne effect embi kuma job description njengoba vele sasipreparela yona indaba ye structure esesimele iDPSA ukuthi isendorse. And then the change ama job evaluation policy within iGPG nayo yasipha inkinga. Because kwakufanele kube nama your benchmarking with other departments njalo njalo. So in terms of Auditor General's report, ukuthi sisebenze kanjani, sikhonile ama controls wethu ba in order or not. Siyasaba nama ama communication of findings awu 64. And then our communications, our COFs, we spend our COFs, 64. And then we fund, now 20. And then information systems audit, aba eyodwa. And then sector performance audit, aba mabili. And then request for information. Sibe nama RFI 113. And then information systems audit, aba eyodwa, sector performance audit, aba 4. Total yakhona aba 118. And then housing fund, about 25. Ama RFI wakhona. Engizokusho njengoba bese ngikushilo kodwa ngiphinda undaba yokuthi sesaba ne-unqualified audit opinion kodwa enama findings due to ama-material misstatements abakhona ku-capital works capital work in progress ne-disclosure yama-transfers to ama-municipalities. And then ama-material irregularities are-raiswa mathathu. And then ne-wasteful expenditure for Choras nehlanu kodwa ke akufanele siyenze ngoku court order so ya resulta kuyona leyo nto. And then i-CWIP kwaba fruitless from 2019 yaba 83 million. And then the CWIP VAT payments got 8.8 million. And then the identification and disclosure of irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure ya raiswa nayo. Time-wise resolution yama investigations resulting in non-consequence management. AG azange akujabulele lokho uye wafila ukuthi ispeed sethu kufanele skip inyaka odakeni. And then the department isidevelopile kodwa i-consequence management framework. And then non-compliance to procurement processes ireduciwe kulo nyaka. And it continues to be a challenge. However, it's work in progress to address all those aspects. Ngoba simthatha serious u-AG uskipper on the check. Njengoba sengishilo naku AOPO waba khona i-unqualified audit opinion. However, kwaba nama concerns wama sector output indicators are specific to i-program 4. And then kwaba nama material misstatements are raised ma service sites delivered because of an indicator ethile pertinent to ama sector aspects. Kodwa ke sine sector siklarifyile yonke leyo nto. Ngoba leyo nto affecta iGauteng kanye neWestern Cape. Kodwa manje sesishintshe ukuthi si-conceive as ama-municipal engineering services or ama-service connection points. So lokho kungilahlela ekugcineni. Ngiyabonga mphakathi. Nani legislature ngiyabonga.
Thank you, DDG, for the presentation of the annual report for 2022-2023, and also the explanation of the unqualified audit with findings. HOD, I was saying to some of the members after I've attended the meeting, which was called by SCOPA, as the Human Settlement Chairperson was invited in that meeting. After the presentation of the AG office, I said that at least there is an improvement, and as the committee somewhere, we need to congratulate the department. I hope those findings from the AG office will be handled correctly. Badudi, that was the first presentation. We'll get the second presentation of the entity of the department, which is Gauteng Partnership Funds. After that, after the presentation, Getofa, the members, Bakono engage on the report, the councillor, then Rieko, Auditor General, re-engage, Kitla Molina. La nota, mo reporting I know Rena Kamo, Ritlese Hoto Tseba Hori, human settlement in the 2022-2023 financial year. Which projects have they done? Yes, and what have they achieved? And what they did not achieve, what are those challenges? Sangere le kwele, le di notile. A re tlo lo he re tla mo tsona, so that the department should be able to respond on those issues which you are going to raise. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngiyanibingelela, Chairperson and honorable members, HOD, CFO, nozakwethu eGPF, nomphakathi wonke, siyabonga ukubalana. Njoba nibonileke uzakwethu unomfundo, njoba eshilo Chairperson ukuthi njenge GPF siyi entity ye human settlement, so izinto the existence yethu ukuthi si-execute, si-implemente ama-project on their behalf. So mina ngizothi nje qaphu ngiveza amaphuzu avelele ngoba yena usekhavile into eziningi. So just to go to the highlight onyaka, our overall annual performance is at 74.1%. Si achieve ama target awu 20 with 14.8 targets that were partially achieved and 11.1% targets that were not achieved, which makes up 3 targets. This is an overall improvement, Chairperson, of 7.4 when compared to the previous year. Last year, we achieved 66.7. This year, we achieved 74.1. And then in terms of ama highlighting ngizothi qaphu izinto ezivelele siGPF, we committed with 30.7 million of cash wethu kuma project ne loan book yethu njoba nazi ukuthi thina we project lending where sinika izimali kubantu abazokwenza student accommodation, rental housing. So i loan book yethu ke siGPF increasile yaba 1.1 billion rand ngonyaka ka 2022-2023, and siyaqhubeka njalo ke strengthening our credit controls ngokuthi si improve i-collection rate yethu, which is into ebalekile njoba nazi ukuthi thina imali asitholi kuhulumeni wethu wesifundazwe, kodwa sithola imali kwi-income yoku-execute ama-projects on behalf of i-department. Si charge management fee, sithola imali ngokuthi si charge ama-interest nakwi-loan yethu collectayo uma siboleke abantu izimali. And then i-collection rate yethu kulonyaka ebesivivinywa kuyo ngo 2022-2023 si improve kakhulu, sa collecta u-83% as compared to 63% onyaka odlule. And then i-cost to income on an actual cash basis was 79% for unyaka lo esiphuma kuwo, and we approved the operating budget yethu was 93.8%, suspender u-96% waleyo mali. So in terms of ngizothi nje qaphu kulena nje into ebalekile ukuthi njoba ngishilo ukuthi imali yethu siboleka abantu ngezimali, kubalekile ukuthi si improve ama controls. Last year ses automate process yethu, sesine loan application system ne loan management system esisizayo ukuthi si tightenisha ama control and improve ama operational efficiencies CGPF. Futhi kulonyaka esiphuma kuwo sibe ne inaugural funding seminar yokuqala where sibize abantu, sabiza nozakwethu abakuma financial institutions ukuze baqhamuke bazoshare information, bashare nokuthi bona baboleka kanjani. CGPF sesohlale siyenza njalo leyo nto every year ngoba kubalekile ukuthi abantu bazi information, bathola ulwazi ukuthi senzani, singabasiza kanjani ngokwezimali nama criteria okumele bawamithe ukuze bakwazi ukuthola usizo eGPF. And then njoba ngishilo ukuthi ngizothi qaphu nje into ezivelele sizenzile siGPF ngonyaka ke lo esiphuma kuwo si exceed ama target amaningi kakhulu, and siyayiqhenya ngalokho. And into ebalekile isifunda idepartment uGDHS ubuye wa-eda amanye ama-mandate kuthina, nalokho kuyasikhuthaza, nalokho it strengthens us as entity ye department. Sesine product entsha ngoba nimbonile uPremier ekhuluma ukuthi kumele sifocus kuma township nakuma informal settlement, into enjalo nje nathi siGPF sikulalelile lokho, and then sesi introduce i product ezobisiza oma stand nabantu aba owner ama properties emalokishini manje sesine product entshe si-introduceile ebizwa ngekasi for real ilena ke nathi esiu-GPF esizama ukuthi sicontribute kwi-township economy. And then over the past year njoba sishilo ukuthi when siqalwa sisungulwa ngo-2002 i-focus yes was on social housing, but manje sesikhulile sesifocusa kwi-rental affordable rental housing sibolekisa ngezimali kubantu abafuna ukwenza student accommodation also executor sithenga iland on behalf of i-department si-service ukuze abantu ama-beneficiaries ayithole through rapid land release program. Also siyasiza ngokuthi si-contribute kwi-upgrade of informal settlement, and then bese sibuka namanye ama-turnkey project that esiwenzayo on behalf of i-department. And then also u-AG uzuyena uzothi qaba ukuthi senze kanjani independently njobe eshilo usihlalo ukuthi naye ukhona auditor general ozobe sesho confirma ukuthi ama controls ethu hayi bandla improveile kakhulu su-GPF. So i-supply chain nje konke i-turnaround plan yethu i-green nje yonke indawo sikwazile ukuthi si-achieve everything at 100%. Nanokuthi ke i-quest yethu ukuthi sisize also mabhizinisi abancane njoba nazi ukuthi cash flow ibaleke kangakanani uma niosomabhizinisi, so ukukhokha kubalekile and siyasho chairperson ukuthi sikwazile ukuthi sikhokhele abantu 100% between 15 and 30 days, and siyaqhubeka and u-MEC no HOD ba expect ukuthi sisireport manje between 5 and 10 days, and nalokho sikubuke ngamehlo abanzi to make sure ukuthi supporta also mabhizinisi bethu abancane in that regard. And then also su-GPF attracted 139 million kwi-public and private sector funding. Njoba ngishilo ekuqaleni ukuthi sisodwa su-GPF kwi-project lending aspect of umsebenzi esiwenzayo asikwazi ukwenza sodwa ngoba sidinga ozakwethu i-private sector ne-public sector ezosiza with izimali ngoba thina njenge-GPF we always come in as a junior lender uma sifunda ama-project. We always need ozakwethu in the private sector abeza njenge-senior funder ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sixhase ama-project amaningi. Njoba sihleli nje chairperson sine-pipeline ka-1.1 billion. So GPF sisodwa we cannot be able to achieve that. That is why so GPF maximum yethu back 30%, and then ozakwethu be-private sector ibona baletha lo 60% ukuze sikwazi ukuxhasa ama-projects kwi-student accommodation kwi-rental stock GPF usupporta lokho. So lokho kurepresenta i-improvement ka-68 million compared to lo nyaka ka-21-22. Enye i-highlight enkulu kuthina ukuthi njoba silana eshilo usihlalo ukuthi umsebenzi wethu ukudeliver izindlu nathi siu-GPF kumele sicontribute emsebenzini omuhle wenziwa i-department. Nathi ke sikwazile ukuthi sicontribute si-GPF kuma-housing rental unit. Kulo nyaka esiphuma kuwo bekumele sideliver ama-unit awu-680 kodwa sikwazile ukuthi sikudlule lokho sadeliver 646 housing unit esiwaqedile sawahanda over kozakwethu kwi-department. Sikwazile futhi uku-exceed ama-target ama-service stands ngo-4010 i-target kwaku-3701, and then eyodwa njena esishayeke kancane yona bekumele sideliver 2544 but sikwazile ukuthi sideliver 2098. Isizathu which is 80% waleyo achievement, and the reason for not achieving that kwaba ne-court case kwane interdict yasiyama i-project yikho ke singakwazanga ukuqeda, but 82% I think now uyawudinga ukuthi urecognize. So summary ke nje high level chair in terms of njoba ngishilo ama number of rental units that were completed, we had a target ka 680 si deliver 746. Number of beds that were completed, the target was 540 144 siwa achievile lokho. Number of job opportunities that were created through ama loans lawe siwa dispersayo su GPF, it was the annual target was 554, we achieved 564. Then again a percentage of rand value yama loans that are approved towards GOD meaning abantu besifazane, gender, abantu besifazane, youth, and people living with disabilities. Ukuthi umsebenzi esiwenzayo nama loans esiwenzayo kubalekile ukuthi nani nihlomule, especially abantu besifazane nentsha, then nabantu abakhubazekile. I-target yethu was 10%, si achieve 30.33. Then number of services sites completed, njengoba ngishilo, i-target was 3701, sa achieve 4010. Number of service sites for mixed income sold, sibeku 128, sa achieve lowo. Number of services sites acquired, si acquire 1000 services sites, and then sa achieve 3746. Njengoba eshilo futhi nozakwethu. Then i-percentage of ama project expenditure aspendiwe kuma SMEs, kuma businesses that are owned by women, youth, and people living with disabilities. Beku 30%, i-target yethu sa achieve 40%. And then total rand value of funds that raised from funding and collaboration partnership. Njoba ngishilo ukuthi si rely kozakwethu ukuthi basize basinike imali ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sixhase sifande ama project besibeke u250 million kodwa iprocess iqedwe nje sekuphelile unyaka, and we are expecting ukuthi asi achievanga leyo target ngoba iprocess izo finalizer kulonyaka. Then the rent value of our loans that are dispersed, njoba ngishilo ukuthi thina sifunda i-student accommodation, sifunda ne-social housing, ne-rental affordable stock. So we rent value for our loans that dispersed with student accommodation, i-target yethu was 57 million, kodwa nje sishwebe nje kancane ngo 6 days, unyaka ukuthi uphele sa achieve 53.9 million, asi achievanga ngoba i-claim yafika nje 6 days after, but nje siyaqhubeka sipushe kuleyo ndawo. Then nama top structures izindlu obekumele iqedwe kulonyaka, njoba ngishilo ukuthi kwaba ne court interdict Afri Village, i target was 2554, sa achieve 2098. Then the number of formalized informal settlement, le target yayi wrong, kwakumele kube upgrade of informal settlement, si adjustile ke during the midterm chair. So siyaqhubeka ke si GPF njoba sisho ukuthi ukuze sikwazi ukuthi si improve ama capital raising effort wethu, sisebenza ne private ne public sector, kumele nathi siqinisekise, we must ensure ukuthi we meet all the financial regulation standards. Manje sesifuna ukuthola license su GPF ye financial as a financial services provider from the Financial Services Conduct Authority. Izinto ezenzayo lezo chair uqinisa umsebenzi esiwenzayo si GPF nokuthi abanye ozakwethu kwi private sector abafuna ukuthi basebenzisane nathi kwi lending space, bafuna sikwazi ukuthi si comply with section 54(2)(b) of the PFMA. Leyo process siyenza ne department ukuze uMEC agcine a grant in order to be able to finish to conclude ama general partnerships as part of the common terms agreement in the lending space. Then no improve ke loan book yethu I performance into ebalekile ngoba uma siboleka abantu imali abantu kumele basikhokhele back. So kunama controls esiwafakile nibonile ukuthi bese kulonyaka sa 663 manje si improve ngo 20% sesiku 83. Abantu siyabasiza but nabo siba encourage ukuthi bakhokhe imali yethu back. And then also besifakile ke kulonyaka ke I-application ye capital recapitalization ngoba ozakwethu esidila nabo okumele baxhase nathi bafuna nathi sibameche on a rent to rent basis. So in terms of governance chair and AG uyena ozothi qaphu kakhulu kulokho, but into ebalekile ukuthi onke ama policies ethu akhona aguide imisebenzi esiyenzayo. Sine shareholder compact regulatory relationship yethu no shareholder wethu I department, and then ke kune competency framework ke eyenziwe GPF ukuze si understand ama skills and attributes and qualifications, values and behaviors require ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sideliver kulomsebenzi esiqashelwe wona. And then we also develop a project assessment framework ukuze make sure ukuthi there is consistency and diligence and efficiency emsebenzini lo esiwenzayo, and turnaround time as part of improving our operational efficiencies. Ama application njoba ngishilo sesi-automatile i-application process. Chairperson, ngizwe ngathi nginomsindo ngemuva.
Awa. There is noise. I don't know whether ki the translators that side, or maybe ki the ones which are dealing with the IT for us, because the gadget tsa lena di bereki di re berekisa boima. Ke kopa le theosem leshata. Ra kopa if ki the translators that side, awa banna. Over to you, CEO.
Ngiyalebula Chairperson, thank you so much. Njoba ngishilo ukuthi enele project assessment framework, i-objective ngempela ukuthi si reduce isikhathi abantu abasithatha umebezo apply nama turnaround time ethu. I'm happy to indicate ukuthi we used to take 125 days, manje si reduceile ku 89 days, but siyaqhubeka futhi sibone ukuthi singenza kanjani ukuthi silokho isi improve lokho ukuze abantu mebezo apply e-GPF basheshe bathole impendulo ngesikhathi. And umsebenzi esiwenzayo, we make sure ukuthi also there is international best practice in terms of our methodologies and standards that we are doing, Chair. I'm also happy to indicate ukuthi GPF kulonyaka esiphuma kuona sitholile ISO 9001 accreditation. So siyaqhubeka sizama ukuthi si improve si GPF. So into ebalekile ke also ngoba phela ngaphandle kwabantu umsebenzi awenzeki, i-recruitment rate yethu ku 95%, and senzeke as part of the organizational redesign process, senze i-fit for purpose exercise ukwenza just to ensure ukuthi ama job profiles abasebenzi are aligned to the operational model ye GPF nama strategic imperatives of GPF. And then also ke as part of a relationship management between our core stakeholders, which is the labor, sikwazile ukuthi sihlangane sa conclude ama agreement, ama salaries. So we work very closely with that partnership. There's harmonious working relationship in that regard. As part of the innovation, which is one of the core values at GPF, we implemented the e-learning platform for relevant course training as well. And then we also are marketing our Living the Values campaign, create a culture with GPF ukuthi ama employees onke kumele aphile the GPF way, Chair. So in terms of the AG will cover all these issues, Chair, but at a high level before ngingehle esihlalweni sihlalo financial information highlight ngizothi qaphu njoba ngishilo ukuthi improvement on the collection rate from 68% in 21-22 to 83%, and siyaqhubeka siphushe ngoba kubalekile ukuthi si recover imali zethu njoba ngishilo ukuthi payments of suppliers at 100%, 15 days, and then the turnaround plan a supply chain intervention, and the efficacy of our intervention resulted in no material findings on compliance. Ukhona AG lokho uzokonfirma. And then in the period under the review, there was no fruitless or wasteful expenditure incurred, Chair, other than le ebi recurring eyenzeka ngaloya nyaka until we lease, until sithole condonation. So we will continue to report that on our annual financial statement. And then ke kunyaka lo siphuma kuwo nje si recorde I surplus ka 94 million, Chair. And then the rest is in the report njoba sesishilo ngishilo ke Chair iqaleni ukuthi siyaqhubeka ke njoba nazo ukuthi ngalo anyaka kwathatheka imali kuthina ye surplus I create I hole kuthina, and we know good there are problems and challenges with constraints, but siyafisa ukuthi mhlambe nathi kancane nje sibonakale ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubeka senze umsebenzi esinikwe wona I department. Sicela ukubonga usihlalo, sibonga I committee, sibonga HOD nozakwethu engibuya nabe GPF. Siyabonga, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. I hope the stakeholders labor duty. I know most of you are It's the first time le thola presentation ya GPF and le hore mmereko wa yona ke eng, but you did get what are they doing. Before ke tla mo di membeng hore re tle re engage the two report, I'm appealing to the community members and the stakeholders. Please, don't take this gadget. Already there is a report where some of the people, they've taken the gadget, but as it does. Please, because even if you take it, it won't work at your place. It will or because you will never get us here, Mona Lady. As it does, Lampotra. I'm disappointed. Please, if you feel that you don't want to use it, return it back so that baby in the safe place. Araskera di siang rabonsa batho ka rena ara tlhalefa re tlhalefile ngere badudi. Yes, please. And secondly, before the members did engage on the report, those that they want to check the status of their houses. Ke kopa le nkutlwelle. Those that they want to check the status of their houses. We brought the department unit which is dealing with the beneficiaries allocation. Ke kopa o tswe ka situ because you have your all your documents o ya ka mo morago ba ka. You go and check your status. Then if only complain, angere I'm available here today. Before ke tlo tswa mo o ntshwarela ko khoneng o bolela le nna so that na ke khono pusha HOD Leslie the DDG or this is an issue, how are we going to handle it? Because we need to respond to the community. Bale tlo checkang angere ke tlo tsia di question. I don't know what or 1996, 1998. I want to know the status of my house. Yeah. Can we move now, honorable members? Those are the two reports. Arskatwa Galishata. Retoboa. You see, those are the 1996, 1998. They are going to check their houses. If Ukiria Lane later Leconte, Obo on Nahatse or no check a line again. Honorable members, those are the two reports. Can I note the hands? Le Cancelara, okay, Cancelara, Leonard Tomufa chance. Can I note the hands for questions of clarifications or input based on the two annual report, the GPF one and the Department of Human Settlement? Member Tong, Member Mokhale, Member Schneiman in that order. Kikopa Leska. Order, please. Order. We want to proceed with our meeting. Member Tong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I want the department to explain to our community about this land repeat release. What is the main aim of the program? What is needed to participate in this program of land repeat release program? And another thing, I want to know the criteria of the department on upgrading the informal settlement to be upgraded, because there's an informal settlement here in Mdeni called Ash Mountain is not upgraded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Tong. Member Mohale?
Ke a leboga, Chair. A kena di question tse ngata because tse ngata I think I've raised them in the committee meeting. But Badudi, Kibata and members, I want to congratulate the department HOD for obtaining an unqualified report. And we are saying continue to improve. Lelo gore we are not 100% satisfied, but we can see that you are working very hard into making sure that issues are implemented as expected and you comply, especially GPF. As you were presenting, there's a lot of your targets that you have overachieved and those that you have achieved. So it shows, please don't drop the ball. Continue to improve on those. Some are just beyond your control. But my point is, ke batla go le congratulate and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Mohale. Member Schneemann. CEO, HOD, when the CEO was presenting, Member Mohale said that, hey, I said, no, you must not forget that maybe she's thinking that I'm still in the city of Tshwane.
No, thanks very much, Chair, and also thanks to the department and the GPF for the presentations. I mean, I think I must also just join those that have already acknowledged the improved performance of the Department of Human Settlements. I think it's welcomed, and also want to acknowledge the continued good performance of the GPF. However, I have some questions I do want to ask. I think firstly, there's one area that is a concern with the provincial department, and that is its continued inability to achieve its targets. And that for me really worries me. It's year in and year out, and every year we are told, no, we'll achieve the targets in the next financial year. And that's not the purpose of setting targets. The reason why targets are set is to achieve them in that particular financial year. So I really think the department is really going to have to place a lot of focus on this and attention. We can't be saying we'll achieve them next financial year. You set them to achieve them in this particular financial year. So, but I just think a lot more focus needs to be placed on achieving of targets. You see, when you don't achieve targets, you are depriving people of the services of the department and the services of government. And so that's the first point, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that. So I think I've covered the issue of the targets. Now, the audit opinion of the Auditor General, I think it's worth finding, if I'm not mistaken. Now, what I'd like to hear from the department, what are you doing in this current financial year? And we're almost halfway through. What is the department doing in this current financial year that will see an improvement at the end of this financial year on the previous financial year? So you've got the audit opinion of the AG, of the Auditor General. They've highlighted the areas that need to be focused on. So how is the department focusing on these so that at the end of this financial year, which is next year in March, we don't have the same findings again, but that we can actually see an even better audit opinion from the Office of the Auditor General. And I think I've covered the issue of meeting targets, and I think just there, if we can just hear from the department as to what are you doing, what is the department doing differently in this current financial year that will enable it to have a better performance in terms of meeting and achieving its targets. Because, and I've expanded on why I'm concerned about the meeting of targets. So if we can get an indication, what are we planning to see at the end of this financial year? You remember, this is the final year, really, before the elections next year. And we want to see a department that really improves its performance even more. I think the last point that I just want to raise in terms of human settlements, and I've got one or two questions on the GPF, and that is, recently we've been to a couple of projects where we found that there are units completed but not allocated. And some have been standing for quite some time. We saw that at the Jabulani Hostel, where there's flats there. There's units that were completed. They've been standing complete but unallocated for plus some 2-3 years. What is the department doing to ensure that we don't have completed units but are not allocated for various reasons? What are we doing? What is the department doing to ensure that when we complete units, we allocate them? One understands there are challenges sometimes, but we've got to minimize those challenges, because every unit that's complete but not allocated, there's somebody who's waiting for that unit. Whether it be a house or a flat, they are waiting for that. So it's just a point that I wanted to raise. In terms of the Gauteng Partnership Fund, I think we have to acknowledge the manner in which the GPF works, meeting of targets, etc. And we want to encourage you to complete that. But there are some new responsibilities that were given to the GPF. The issue, the role in terms of mega human settlements. Maybe GPF can just expand. What are you doing? What is the GPF actually doing and around mega human settlements that are helping us to improve the efficiency in the rollout of mega human settlements, just to improve that overall program? In terms of the upgrade of informal settlements, my colleague at the end there raised a question about upgrade of informal settlements. Well, that responsibility was only given to the GPF in this last financial year. I know that when we came to the GPF, you explained to us that you were putting together a whole process and a plan around that. When are we going to see that actually happening on the ground? When would we be able to go and witness the kind of work that the GPF is doing around the upgrade of informal settlements? Yeah, so I think those are the questions really that I wanted to ask. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks, Member Schneemann. A re tlape matsoho, ke discussion ya rona e mang a re tlape matsoho, e ke ya rona le committee members ba raise on the issues. HOD, DDG, the DDG, you have raised some of the challenges in the presentation of the annual report of 2022-2023. And some of those challenges, they've been presented in the previous reports. My major concern is that is there any mechanism which the department is going to use in terms of improving on those challenges identified? Like the first one, I know the issue of the community protest on the projects is one of the delay. What are the mechanisms which the department have in order to reduce the number of protests on those projects? And secondly, HOD, in the findings of the Auditor General, even though we are saying that, well done, pat yourself at the back, how is the department going to try and reduce or eliminate some of the findings which the AG have identified? Because if my memory serves me correct, honorable members, when I joined this committee, issues of wasteful and irregular expenditures were still there and they are still here, there again? Or is maybe the irregular or wasteful expenditure which are recurring, which are coming from the other years, or is it what is related to the 2022-2023 financial year? And lastly, I won't comment on GPF because we didn't visit the project, which I wanted to understand the student accommodation in terms of the presentation which they have done to us, that really the size in terms of the rooms which the learners, the students are benefiting from the GPF, are they really in the real sense which student can be proud that we are serviced by the entity of the human settlement? I think after the visit of that project, we will be able to comment. Lastly, DDG, I think Member Schneemann was talking about the projects. We visited, is it Jabulani, ne? Jabulani Hostel last week. And to our surprise, there is a part which has been abandoned. I think is it 2019. And there is another section where the hostel is completed and there is electricity in the area, but the hostel is not allocated people with one reason that there is no electricity, but there is a substation next to the hostel. An abandoned section, a hostel which is completed, people are not allocated, and unused. You see, I'm speaking as if I'm in the Jabulani now. And there is an old area which is dilapidated and people are staying there where they need to be relocated in a building which is completed, where we might find that after 2 years or after 6 months, people can vandalize it. How, if is an issue of the city of Joburg, we need to be informed as a committee that that is a challenge between the city of Joburg and Department of Housing, Human Settlement, and we will be able to resolve this. Because our worry as a community, as a committee, is that money has been transferred. Can we be clarified? Because it's a 2019 project and it has been paid and there is no revenue coming to the side of the government because it's standing there without any beneficiary. Over to you, DDG. Oh, sorry, over to you, HOD first. Otla delegate anger. You can speak where you are at HOD.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I was trying to see whether I'm big umpagat or in big committee. So maybe I must just stand here. Batabangbon. Lampon ahe. Barabampon. Okay. All right. Asibonge futhi kumpakathi, sibonge futhi committee. Just to try and respond to the questions that have been put before us as a department. Sizophendula together with the team here, Department of Human Settlements, ama senior managers amanya khona la. But I'll start off and take some of the questions that have been put before us. Astalling ngokubonga the recognition in terms of the improvement that the department is starting to show kumsebenzi wayo. Sibonge ikomiti ukuthi at least now you are starting to also see the work that we are doing and the challenges that face us as a department. And then just to start off with the question that was asked about the inability to achieve our targets, the continued strain that the department has been showing when it comes to ukuthi si achieve our targets as wasetayo every year. I think the key question from there is ukuthi, what is the department going to do to turn the picture around? And what I want to say to the committee kanye nomphakathi is that masisebenza thina as ama officials ziningi izinto esizenzayo behind the scenes. Umphakathi uzobona ukuthi sakhile nayi indlu sesiyayihanda over, but before we get to that, there's actually a lot of things ezenzeka behind the scenes that we have to make sure ukuthi ziyenzeka for you to see that house being delivered. So as a department, mina umsebenzi wami as an accounting officer or as an HOD is to make sure ukuthi together with the team, masiplan ama targets, number one, ama targets ama targets esaziyo ukuthi we can achieve them. La siphuma khona as a department, siphuma esikhathini la we would plan ama targets, sibheke phambili ukuthi sifuna ukuyaphi phambili. However, uthola ukuthi in the course of trying to execute, kunezinto esingakhona ukuthi sizenzele zona ngokwethu because we might not have control over them. Si realize ukuthi sidinga uxhaswa mhlawumbe umasipala okanye sidinga amanye ama stakeholders ukuthi asixhase, and therefore at the end of the day uthola ukuthi leyo target sihlulekile uyimitha because phakathi or endleleni yokuthi si achieve leyo target sibe nenkinga ebekade singazange sizibone. What we have done is that we are now going back to look at the way that we set our targets, number one. Ukwenza sure ukuthi ama targets maswaseta aboni azo reflector the work that we are able to achieve as a department, number one. Number two, masiseta ama targets, uthola ukuthi siba ne document nama targets amaningi. It becomes very difficult to track ukuthi siyaphi, siyenzani mase nama targets amaningi. So part of what we are doing this year is to also ensure that we are reducing ama number wama targets eswasetayo. But reduce ama targets doesn't mean ukuthi si reduce umsebenzi. All it means is that mani bheke APP ni bheka performance, ni bheka umsebenzi esiwenza in the background, ni bheka umsebenzi esiwenza as an output ebheka umphakathi directly. What we are doing now is that mani measure sifuna umphakathi ukuthi ubone the work that must come to you, but ku APP singafaki some of the processes ekufanele sizenze in order for us to achieve a target, because it distorts the picture somewhat. So that's part of the work that we are trying to do. We are trying to separate the operational targets from the service delivery targets. And then there was a question also, I think maybe just to add on to the previous question about what the department is doing to achieve some of those targets. This year, we decided we were going to break down our targets and create a commitments register. A commitments register means ukuthi mangabe su-7 as a manager in the department, umuntu nomuntu must be assigned umsebenzi wakhe and they must begin to take responsibility. But also in taking responsibility, masithi commitments register asibheke ukuthi uthe wena last year uzoyenza okuthile. What we look at is ukuthi uphindi masimnikeza i-target, wenzeni to make sure ukuthi leyo target uyayi-achieve, and if uphindi angayi-achieve leyo target, what it means is that that person then is held accountable. Because I think also what's been lacking in the structure of the department is making sure that people take responsibility for the work that they are assigned. So to respond to that question, we now have a commitments register. We have had a workshop as a department where we sat, we unpacked the APP in its totality, we assigned responsibilities, but we looked at the tangible things that each and every one of us must do to make sure that we try and achieve these targets that we have set. And then there was another question around unqualified with findings, I think it's also adding to the initial one that I was trying to address. What is the department going to do to make sure that we address those findings that still come with the unqualified opinion? Mphakathi kunzima ukuthi ngizama ukuyichaza lena ngendlela enizoyizwa ngayo kodwa unqualified basically Mau AG, there's an auditor general wase South Africa, kufana nokuthi kungena i-auditor, ma unenkampani yakho, uba ne-auditor ebheka incwadi zakho, ukuthi incwadi zakho, umsebenzi wakho wenze ngendlela comply nomthetho, okanye wenze ngendlela enga-comply nomthetho. So when u-AG comes in, u-AG uyileyo auditor for inkampani yethu kuyi-department. Bafike babheka incwadi zethu, bafike babheka ukuthi umsebenzi wethu siwenze ngendlela ebekufanele siwenze ngayo according to umthetho okanye khona la sithathe khona ama shortcut okanye khona indawo la singazange silandele umthetho kahle khona. So that's what they do. So maybe sebaqhamuka sebathi unqualified really just means ukuthi siya as ama auditor wenu siyanikeza isitifiketi sokuthi siyabona ukuthi umthetho niyawulandela. But lokho futhi kuphinde kube ne-extension yokuthi noma nulandelile umthetho kunendawo la ningazange ni yenze izinto ngendlela ebekufanele nizenze ngazo. So those are the areas where there's findings. And then u-AG uzongena besathi in order ukuthi nisizeke ukuthi ni-improve kule ndawo kunezinto ekufanele nizenze as a department so that next year nikwazi ukuthi nibe 100% ukuthi nikwazile ukuthi ni-comply nomthetho. Chair, I hope I've been able to explain that one properly. So in order to answer the question, because I thought it would be important to try and explain that to the community before I answer the question. So what we are doing basically is that we are now adding a level of assurance in terms of making sure that we're looking at the area of material misstatements. That's been one of the key issues that has been picked up by the AG. And then the second one is the issues that were related to the hostels. Kuma hostela masaka ma hostela maningi esebenza kuwa kusama hostela wa provincial government, ama hostela onwa abo masipala. So i-provincial government ubesiza abo masipala to make sure ukuthi kuba nentuthuko kuba ne-improvement kulawo mahostela nokuthi at least some of the day-to-day operational things yenzeka lapho kulawo mahostela. Inkinga esesabhekana nayo as a department, as a provincial government, because umasipala angithi there's its own structure of governance kamasipala, there's also a different structure of governance ka-provincial government. Inkinga esesabhekana nayo ukuthi sesathola ama-findings ekutheni imali esizithathe sasebenzisa kulabo masipala kulama hostela a-ownwa abo masipala. U-province could not show ukuthi sivumelane kuphi nomasipala ukuthi siwenze lo msebenzi. So what we've done now is that we are making sure ukuthi in terms of the CWEP, anything that we are doing is recorded and documented, and kunama SLAs and MOUs that we are putting in place to make sure that those agreements are in place, so that when we do spend monies on the hostels, it is properly documented, it is properly recorded, but there's proper agreements between the two spheres of government. And then the next issue that OAG flagged was the issue around consequence management. Consequence management, to basically just means ukuthi if ungalandelanga umthetho, zikhona izinto ezingaqhamuka umuntu meke engalandeli umthetho, either ngidle imali yakahulumeni, mangayidlanga imali yakahulumeni kusho ukuthi kunokuthi ngithathe into nginikeze omunye okufanele ayisayine anginikeze approval. It means ukuthi I might not have done that, ngajumpa leso step, which means ukuthi ngisebenzisa imali kahulumeni nginganalo ilungelo lokuthi ngiyisebenzise. So masikhuluma nge-consequence management, it really just means ukuthi we are looking at izinto ezifana nalezo, and leso structure se-consequence management sisiza ukuthi sihlale siqondile as ama-officials aka-government ukwenza sure ukuthi senze izinto ngendlela efanele. So what we are doing this year is that in order to reduce irregular expenditure, we've embarked on the process of ukwenza i-condonation. I-condonation basically means ukuthi la imali ingalahlekanga khona. So asithi sakhile le holo, but ekwakheni le holo asizange se-treasury sifike sicela i-approval yokuthi sisebenzise u-R10. Sathatha le R10 sayisebenzisa sayifaka la eholweni. AG meke ufika athi iphi approval yaka-treasury, sithi asinayo. AG uyafika ayifake athi it's irregular. Why? It's irregular because you did not get the relevant approval, not because imali ilahlekile. So mase kunjalo ke kusho ukuthi lo ongazange aye e-treasury ayofuna i-approval, uye lo ekufanele manje simdiscipline ukuthi naye afunde ukuthi next time izinto zenziwa njani. So masikhuluma nge-consequence management, really we're talking about things like that. So we are following up on issues of consequence management and making sure ukuthi this year sizo-reduce i-irregular expenditure yethu esinayo, sicele i-condonation, ama-cases awe-fraud esiwaphikaphayo, sihambe nawe senze sure ukuthi they are properly investigated. So that's one aspect that we are really pushing, and we're hoping ukuthi by the end of the financial year, there'll be significant improvement in that regard. And then APP, I think in terms of the separation of the operational targets from the ones that are outward focused, I've spoken about that. And then also just to amplify the issue yama unqualified, maybe just to close off on the issue of the findings. Uguti department is, how will the department reduce the findings? So on a bi-weekly basis, siyahlala phansi as ama managers and make sure ukuthi we go through the tracker. The tracker yethu is all of the action plans that we have put in place to respond to the findings of the AG. And what happens there is that we sit down as our own collective as managers, we go through each and every item and we give each other progress in terms of where we are. And I'm hoping to that tool and that instrument, you will see by the end of the financial year, this financial year, that we have made significant strides in trying to eliminate some of those findings. And then I have also spoken about the issue of condonation. So we were sitting with a very big bill in terms of irregular expenditure. We've started with the process of condonation. Already we've condoned about 2 billion. We are working on the next level of 2 billion. So hopefully by the end of the financial year, we would have halved our irregular expenditure through condonations. And then then there was a question around rapid land release and the criteria. And then Begune question also on informal settlements upgrading. I think let me start with Colin to address the issue of rapid land. How do people get to participate kule program yethu eyokphana ngama stands? And then Stanley will then respond to the issue of criteria for the upgrading of informal settlements. Mpakathi, also just to mention ukuthi irresponsibility yama informal settlements okahle kahle irresponsibility yakamasipala. Province is coming in to assist, especially labo masipala abanganayo imali, ukuthi bayenze sure ukuthi sidila ngendaba yokuthi imiphakathi yethu ehlala kuma informal settlements ibe nawo ama services. Maybe salindele ukuthi kube nama developments nentuthuko nezindlu laba khona. But also it is not to encourage ukuthi in the province we want ama informal settlements to be spread everywhere. But umuntu meke sekafikile sekudala hleli in informal settlements, it becomes the responsibility of government to make sure ukuthi at least a dignity pack or interim sanitation is provided to labo bantu labo. Abo masipala are the ones that must then plan for the upgrading labo informal settlements. So I'll just hand over to Colin to then respond to that. I believe I've responded to all of the other ones except for those two. Thanks.
Thanks, Ajodi. Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair and the members, Nomphakathi. Ngizau pendula kuma question 3 abuziwe. I think yokuqala has to do the objective of the rapid land release program. Ngizathanda ukuyichaza ngale ndlela le. Uhulumeni ubone ukuthi kune gap ekhona wherein government has been focusing kwabantu who are earning between 0 and 3,500 rands. Wabona futhi ukuthi abantu abahola between 3,501 to 22,000 opening babo banokungatholi ama bonds ukuthi bazokhona ukuqualify for iprogram enye besibiza ukuthi iflesp. Sathe sihlanganisa imiqondo ke ukuthi yini lesingayenza ukuthi sithole accommodate abantu aba earn between 3,501 to 22,000 because labo bantu labo abakwazi ukubenefita for iRDP house. So meaning that ba richer for iRDP house kodwa ba poorer for benefita for your bonded house. The new government then came up with a program, ebebizwa rapid land release program. So for you to qualify for that particular program, first of all, we South African citizen, or you hold a permanent residence permit. Yokubala eMzantsi Afrika, that's the first one. The second one, you must not have benefited from any government housing subsidy program in the entire country, because noma ngabe uthole indlu KZN so khona ukupick up ku system. Eyesithathu, you must be over the age of 18 years old and be of a sound mind to be able to contract, because in all our subsidy programs, kuna la usayina khona. So melo ube of a sound mind to be able to contract. You must be able to demonstrate that we also got beneficiaries who are dependent on you. It can be your mother, it can be your kids, it can be anybody else. But key for your rapid land release, njoba ngishilo, you must be earning between 3,501 to 22,000. Anyone who earns over 22,000 rands is sightless now. Kuzomele uthenge nge-current value lesithenge ngayo. Or earn up between 0 to 3,005 will not qualify for a rapid land release program. Lawyer also qualify for your normal RTP houses. I hope ngichaze kahle. Then, uche ukhulume nge-issue ukuthi siyastopha kanjani ama-protest. Ezinye izinto esitry ukuzama is that into esiyibonayo ukuthi i-problem enkulu i-issue ye-communication. What we have tried to do is to do, we are having road shows in different regions in terms of ensuring that we educate our communities in terms of the do's and don'ts from a human settlement point of view. Nama-service offerings wethu ukuthi sine program esibiza ukuthi i-FLISP, sine program esibiza ukuthi rapid land release, sine program esibiza ukuthi ama-PNG housing, so that everyone should be able to know ukuthi i-department isebenza ngayiphi indlela. So that, because siyaunderstand ukuthi as umphakathi nisuke nithatheke because baningi abantu abamele izindlu la eGauteng. Ngithanda ukuxoxa istory kakhulu mangikhuluma nomphakathi ukuthi iSouth Africa yonke ku waiting list sinabantu abayi 2.2 million. And iGauteng accounts for half of them, which is 1.2. And as a province ngonyaka at most it's going to work as 10,000. And abantu ababhaliswe ngo-1996 alone sinabantu aba 130,000 esingakabasizi. So can you imagine masingathi asinaki wonke umuntu, sinaka only ababhaliswe ngo-1996, izosthatha 13 years ukuthi sibaqede. So sithanda ukuthi siyi-explain le nto so amakhulu ku-understand. And enye into futhi enokusihlupha i-issue ye-land. Niyabona izinto esizakhayo manje asa-akhi ama-standalone houses, si-akha ama-walk-ups because of akuna land la eGauteng. And I always make fun masikhuluma nama-colleagues at Northern Cape ukuthi i-Northern Cape has got the biggest land mass, and yet they've got the smallest population. eGauteng we've got the smallest land mass in the Republic and yet the biggest population. Masingathi vice versa, mhlawumbe izinto bezizoba ngcono. And ukubeka umuntu omdala, abantu abhalise ngo-1996, abantu abanawo ama-80, 70, umbeka ku-third floor, asinama-lift ezindlini zethu. So sizama ngako konke ukuthi sitry ukubhalansa i-situation esinayo. Uchair bekhulume nge-issue eJabulani kunama-hostel, but kunenye project siyibiza ukuthi Parcel K. Chair, it has been standing empty for the past 3 years. What we have since done, we have done subsidy administration, approvals have been obtained. Abantu abangena kulo projects, they are aware. The only issue that we issue electricity, the developer had indicated that should Bafaki substation, electricity is saturated there. And never connect anywhere else. There has to be a new substation that has to be built. And that substation is in an excess of more than 200 million. And yet, it developer will only use 15% of that particular capacity. The city of Johannesburg, and which the city is responsible for, but the city has now engaged City Power to be the one that will be able to work on that particular project. And the good thing is that I was actually speaking to the ED just 2 days ago on the same matter, and they've indicated that that particular project will start moving because the City Power are the ones that are going to be taking over the electrification of that particular area, which will benefit other developments around the area. I will then end there, Chair. Thanks.
Sanbonan Chairperson and members, nganibulisa umphakathi ngiyabona abantu lana bazichenga ngesiZulu. Bengicela ukukhuluma isiVenda ke. uHOD lana ubonisile ukuthi size sichaze ngendaba ya informal settlements. Niyazi ukuthi informal settlements ile ndawo abantu bazibeka khona ingavumelwanga ngomthetho wakamasipala ukuthi bahlale khona. Inkinga sinayo ukuthi umasipala uzobanga namaplan ukuthi kube nama-services kuleyo ndawo or leyo ndawo ayivumelekanga ukuthi abantu bahlale. It's either it's a wetland, the ground is dolomitic, or kune electricity lines zilezi hamba phezulu uthola abantu bazibeke ngaphansi kwazo bazenzele inkinga ngokuthi lo le electricity mayihamba laphaya in a radiation that goes into those informal settlements. So umasipala unemthetho yakhe ibizwa ama-bylaws that's supposed to be followed. Tina umthetho wethu ukuthi sibeke abantu kuleyo ndawo umasipala approve yona ukuthi akhelane abantu izindlu la. So umasipala uye afana ukuthi a make sure ukuthi lezo ndawo lezo abantu bazibeka khona bangahlali kulezo zindawo. But because of human rights nokuthi sinozwelo yabantu sithe labantu bafuna ama-services bazofuna amanzi bazofuna ama-toilets. That's why nibona lama informal settlements ahamba nama-toilets. Sometimes we also provide water through the municipality and the human settlement. I know that also GPF is doing that as well. That is a bigger challenge is the issue of the bulk in that area. You find that we cannot provide sewer in that area because it's not planned for that. Electricity as well we cannot provide. So the decision of the department or the criteria that we follow is that we go to that informal settlement, we assess the informal settlement to see if bulk can be provided. Kwenzeka abantu bazibeke endaweni that can be upgraded, meaning that asibakhiphi lapho singaniyakhela khona lapho nihlale khona. But most of them as qualify. So ma ungaqualify, we have to relocate. Masipeka ama informal settlements that have been recorded to date, it's over 700 that have been recorded. And the department has decided to say we can start with the 77 to do informal eradication. So where we are as the department, we are also talking to national because we need to be able to align the funds to that informal settlement eradication so that we can be able to service currently and we can be able to move the community where it doesn't qualify. I think that's my answer, Chairperson. Thank you.
Siyabonga Chairperson. Sibonge nokuthi imisebenzi yabonakala nokusi encourage. I just wanted to respond on our responsibilities of GPF in terms of the work that we do on MEGA, human settlement. Umsebenzi wethu as the GPF, Caesar as a project manager as well as the paymaster. I'm a project that we are busy with. Ngating presenter Ella Ona spoke about the problem that we encountered at Afri Village, but also the fact that Umsebenzi has commenced manje ngo-October. At Ntlome, as you know, which is also one of our projects that we are focusing on as the GPF. as of the 2nd of November, Chair, sikwazi ukuhanda over 120 units. And obviously target is to 555, but we are pushing, it's on a critical accelerated path. And MEC once ready uzowenza ma official handover. There's also Elijah Bahai and Western Mega. And Montrose a problematic kakhulu, so we had to also look at our budget reallocation, the Western area Borough, and then and then in terms of the work that we are doing on the USP, ours is around the relocation. I think Stan has already covered extensively USP in its entirety, but the role here GPF with USP is the relocation and the alternative sewer. Work that we are doing, and in kulo nyaka, we are focusing on the few informal settlement, 6, Ipiner Sport, Mamelodi, Siahlala Badihile, and Twelopile, and portion 64 of Steenkopis, and Cape Gate, as well as Matelapata. And then also on the alternative sewer, there's work we are doing in Midval, Cape Gate and New Village, as well as in Fuleni. Esibukeng, umsebenzi uzobe si commenta, siqalile manje, but we are looking at accelerating it until the January 2024. In Mohale also, the work is commencing now in December. As well as Norgedag, umsebenzi uzophela ngo March 24. In relation to the student accommodation, Chair, as the GPF, we also do extensive due diligence process when our application ifike GPF. For a student accommodation, angithi we are doing it so that we are assisting the government to also create a conducive environment for our students to tahlali. So when we do our processing of those applications, we make sure ukuthi the accreditation, because there are certain guidelines as set to our NSFAS in terms of the layout, in terms of the things that must be in that particular specification of the accommodation, including ukuthi kumele ibe within the 10-kilometer radar from the academic institution, because you don't want student waking up early. It must also be within transit-oriented routes, because there must be access to transportation, because students are using public transport. So all of that forms part of our due diligence process. So when you come to us as a developer, you need to have ticked all of those boxes in your planning and everything, and then we approve it accordingly. So we are looking forward to get the committee's feedback in terms of the site inspection on those particular projects, especially on the student accommodation. I think I've covered all the questions that came through, Chair. Thank you so much. Siyabonga.
Thank you, HOD and your team for the response, and also CEO for the response. Montrose, ne? I am not sleeping about Montrose. I hope, honorable members, the Montrose issue will be resolved before February. That's our wish. That by January, before we open the legislature, will be that site at Montrose. Is there anything which you want to add? I see the HOD and the CEO.
Chair, I forgot to give a high level on the status on the rapid land, because we also do it as much as Colin covered the criteria. But nje as ngikhuluma manje ayisavuleki. As ngikhuluma manje, Chair, sizobe sesiready ukuhanda over ngo-December impumelelo extension 4. Lapho ama-stands awu-450 esobe siwahanda over. Ne-Obed Nkosi ina 764 esobe ngo-December nakhona. And then Yvette Borstal extension 7. A problem that we have been struggling with, Chair, is our electricity reticulation with our municipality. but we are making progress. As we sit now, we are at 47% completed, because the target number of stands was 227. And then Elijah Bakai, by March 2024, sizobe sesikwazi ukuthi sihande over at the end of the financial year, all the 597. And then the Droch, Havel, we won't be able to conclude all of them by the end of the financial year, but by May 2024, all the 786 will be ready, Chair. And then the Impumelelo Extension 5, because the one we are handing over now is Extension 4, by June 24, sizobe sesiqedile ne 1,260 on Extension 5. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable members, those are the response from the questions which you have raised. Is there any follow-up before I take the AG? Are you fine? It seems you are doubting, Member Schneemann. Okay.
No, Chair, I just wanted to say I think one is comfortable, but I guess just to say when we deal with the second quarter performance report, I would imagine we can engage a bit more in depth, because that would be also giving us a sense as to where we stand in terms of the meeting of targets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to touch on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Schneemann. Can we move to the presentation? Badudi Mpagachi, after the AG, then I'll open hands for the questions based on the report. Ne? AG, Office of the AG, Ndate Valley. Okaqala ntate bayisisa or you are going to present, they were supposed to be next to us. Where is Jackie?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to committee members. For the record, my name is Velapi Madzena. I'm an engagement manager. I'm the representative of the Auditor General. Chair, I am going to present on the audit outcome. If you can move to the next slide. All right, okay, thanks. Okay, and then Chair, here, this is our mission of Auditor General. I think you are familiar with the mission, which is mainly to, we exist as a constitutional, got constitutional mandate as Supreme Audit Institution to strengthen our country democracy by enabling oversight, accountability and governance in the public sector. Through auditing, and thereby we build public confidence. Ngicina isihlalo ngizozama ukuthi mhlambe kancane okunye ngeke ngikuthole kahle ukuthi uchaze ukuthi umsebenzi wethu singumgcini mabhuku sihlola incwadi zama department nabo masipala ngaloko sikwenzayo sifuna uqinisa idemocracy yethu la eSouth Africa ngokuthi sinike ulwazi ukuthi yini into esibonayo and ngaloko uzonisiza ngicina isihlalo ukuthi nikwazi ukuthi nenze umsebenzi wenu we oversight and then ni hold ama department accountability and then ngaloko uqinisa I public confidence ku government yase South Africa. And then this is just the table of contents, which I will talk to. Le slide, chairperson, it's about where we are highlighting the new strategies, Auditor General, over and above what we audit, in what is the department. We are also interested in seeing the department improving when it comes to service delivery. Ngaloko sikwenza ngokuthi sinike nina ulwazi through auditing, sinike department as well, accounting officer, through sibanika sikubiza ngokuthi management report, which has detailed of what we have seen in the department. We also engage Ulona, MEC, by giving him the audit report as well as the briefing. Ngaloko, we believe that we are enabling oversight. Because if you look at the 2030 division on the right side of the slide, it department, we know that it department, it becomes oversight, particularly yourself, is a strong oversight of the parliament, by parliament. And improve a quality of life by being more responsible and accountable to government. And then this chairperson is just an accountability ecosystem whereby what are the roles of each and every role players within the government to enable improved accountability in the department. And then, Chair, I think here we are then talking about the audit outcomes, kushuti audit outcome of auditor science, a good department. And as it was indicated earlier by the colleagues of the department, Department of Human Supplement, which is GDHS, shorten as I that acronym. You'll see during 2023, department, they did improve. There was an improvement if you look at the movement. If you compare to prior years, the department got an unqualified with findings, which is an improvement because in the last 2 financial years, the department has been qualified. We should be information about our financial statement being a because the department being a was is police and Jongo Auditor General. So in 2022-23. We have an improvement, and also annual report that was tabled. We also scoped in Kushuti CSA auditor program learner department which is a core function of the department. We housing development, and now again compared to previous years, there has been an improvement on the department. Information learner department and supplier has been audited. Then you can have that comfort. Would have looked at the supporting document that the department would have used to compile the achievement and non-achievement on that program. And then on compliance with laws and regulation. This is the area, like you mentioned, the department need to improve. On expenditure management also talk to issues that talks to steps that are not taken by department or prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure. So these are the areas department need to look at. But when it comes to asset management, department did well in compliance, and also on the use of conditional grants, the department has improved. Consequence management, I think it was touched, that topic was touched on and then on strategic as well as transfer of funds, which as Tolanga any material findings. And then the area department also need to pay attention is on procurement and contract management. And then these are the areas then that tinda about supply chain management would non-compliant. So the department need to pay attention to make sure that there are improvements in those areas. And then here, Chair, we are also summarizing AMA audit outcomes for AMA 2 entities that the department owns. The first one is the Gauteng Partnership Fund. Gauteng Partnership Fund, again, it received an unqualified opinion. It's a good outcome. The only area GPF or Gauteng Partnership Fund which you need to improve on is on the performance information based on the program, the ABC scope project implementation, development, and monitoring. The entity need to improve on this. And then on compliance with legislation, in this instance, GPF did improve as well. And then there's another entity of the department, which is Gauteng Housing Fund, which is the entity that the department need to pay, really pay attention because it has stagnated. It's been getting disclaimer of audit opinion, and even in the current audit cycle that we audited, it received a disclaimer. So this is the attention where if department has to, is the area when it comes to the audit of financial statements and annual report as well as compliance that it needs to pay particular attention. And then here, Chair, we are then also flagging the areas where we are highlighting the areas that the department needs to also pay attention to, which are just a summary of our findings. We just listed them for supply chain management, that they need to look at the quotation splitting, quotation awarded at parties which were not economical. And so the list goes on. And then also, they also need to, the department, finally, control deficiencies, which is, amongst the others, the lack of effective oversight to ensure compliance with legislation by accounting officer. So these are the areas that the department needs to look at. And also other areas that the department need to look at, like I've indicated earlier, Chairperson, who is the achievement of targets, as I indicated, which I think it's been flagged, that because we also, like you mentioned, Chair, picked up that the department did not achieve a majority of targets, and we hope that the department will do something because it is, as I indicated initially, with as Auditor General, in terms of our new strategy, we don't only want to see department improve in the audit outcome when it comes to the audit of financial statement. We want the department to also improve when it comes to service delivery, and that could only be seen by achieving the targets. So these are the areas to believe that the department needs to look at. And then the next one, Chair, I think here, Chair, these are just the insight. It has been, I think I'll be preaching to the converted because these are the areas that we also visited, we selected for visiting just to check with the department because as I indicated in Pinislal, what has been in the department, improve now when it comes to Ingwat. But with AMA project, now, how are they looking like? I think what was said, I can't repeat it, is the way we saw it, and I'm happy that the committee oversight is more responsive and it makes our life easy in terms of us implementing the strategy, because what you observed when you visited, it's similar. For example, I saw that we were also mentioning Jabulani CBT Parcel K, which we also visited, Chair. And we also engaged the department and everybody, and what was said as well is that the units are completed, but there's an issue when it comes to electricity installation. I'm glad that there was accountability which was demonstrated by yourself, whereby officials were called to account in that regard, which is much appreciated in terms of our strategy, Chairperson. And then here, Chair, over and above what we do, Chair, we also do what we call, as part of the PAA is Public Audit Act, which Auditor General would need additional powers, whereby where we picked up that there is theft, there is harm that is done to the public, there is financial loss due to non-compliance, we are empowered by legislature ukuthi singakhipha what we call a material regularity notification, but not only on financial loss, but also on the harm to the institution, whereby in instances where there are certain actions that the department did not perform, which we believe that they can cause harm to the institution, we can issue a material regularity notification to the department and ask the department what are they going to do to rectify that, to make sure that if there's loss that is recovered, if the targets that need to be achieved, that they are achieved, if there are, say for example, harm that is caused to the public because maybe for whatever reasons that is done, and we then track that. The purpose, our main purpose with that, Chair, as well, is not to target maybe our accounting office. Yes, it's a secondary target, but it's to shift again as part of our strategy, to shift the culture in the department to make the department a high-performing department. So these are for previous financial year, we issued there were two material findings as our issuer. The other one was a payment to incorrect supplier. In that instance, the department did take action to recover that money which was paid to an incorrect supplier. And currently what we know is based on the submission by department, there is a court proceeding, and then the department immediately asset forfeiture unit so that they can recover that money that was paid to an incorrect supply. And then the other one was on interest on late payments. Here we're interested, Chairperson, to see what the department can do to make sure that they avoid in the future incurring interest, because the department they incur interest, it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because that money is money that the department can use to further their service delivery aspiration. So we don't want department to incur interest. So the department has again submitted what the actions that they are taking to make sure that in future they reduce incurring those unnecessary interest, which we are tracking. And then here, Chair, is just the recommendation which we also shared with the executive authority, the MEC, on what the action or what we want to see the department doing, which we will track when it comes to these areas that I've highlighted. Like, for example, on the financial statements, we want, because we don't want the department to regress from this audit outcome, we want the department to sustain this audit outcome, and we are recommending that there should be regular assessment of asset values on CIWIP, which is capital work in progress. That is the register. Usually, the department nangabe iyenza ama project, izo register lawo ma project as on this register, which is called CIWP. We want the department to make sure that they assess regularly those values in the asset register, so that and swift adjustment before we come in as auditors, because that is the reason that the department was qualified in the previous year. So if the department makes sure that they keep to that, we believe that the department will be in the right trajectory that they don't regret, because that was a big area. And that the department implement the system to track work performed by professional service providers and enhance document management for the work performed and correct classification. Again, this one is talking to Elena on CWIP work, because the department has to use engineers, manage experts to compile the values of those that are sitting in that register. And then also on service delivery, Chair, we also, as I mentioned earlier, that it is part of our strategy as AG to see the department improving. That they implement an adequate system of internal control to verify usefulness and reliability of performance information, so that information, the annual report is always reliable. That there should be correlation between achievement of target and utilization of a budget, which the department also need to look at. And also that they should implement adequate project plan monitoring over delivery of infrastructure and prevent delays in completion. And also on compliance, we are saying that the department needs to design and implement compliance checklists to be used before procurement is finalized to ensure compliance with key legislation and improved financial delegations. All this, Chair, this slide we did share with the executive authority when we presented the audit outcome. And then I'll move to the next slide, Chair, which it's our call to action to yourself as an oversight. We request and recommend the portfolio committee to consider action to be implemented as part of the oversight role to facilitate and assist the department in maintaining financial performance management. And these areas we want yourself to look at timely, effective implementation of audit action plans. Because the department, once we issue an audit report, they should compile the audit action plan to say what are they going to do. We want yourself to look at the implementation, and then processes and measures to ensure achievement of targets. We want yourself to, if you can assist in that regard, and then strengthening internal control relating to the review of compliance with laws and regulations and compliance with SCM policies, the implementation of consequence management for transgressions, risk management processes, as well as MI, to make sure that MI are responded to and appropriate actions are taken to address the MIs. So, Chair, that ends my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation of the audit outcome with some of the issues which are raising, which the department should consider, and also what should we do as the portfolio committee in terms of doing on our oversight on those issues which have been identified by the AG office. Whether those action plans which the department will be able to draw and implement will do oversight. Thanks for that. Honorable members, that is the presentation from the AG. I think myself and Member Schneemann is the second presentation which we are receiving today, because we were also in the SCOPA meeting. Honorable members, I'll take hands for clarifications and questions based on the presentation. I hope as members of the portfolio committee will hit the ground running in terms of doing this oversight on the advice from the Office of the Auditor General. Can I note hands? Member Shurate, are you fine? Member Tbilisi? Member Tong? You are fine? Member Mahale? Member Schneemann? We are all fine. What is important for us as the portfolio committee is to take the advice, implement them accordingly, and where the department is not implementing, is our responsibility as the portfolio committee to have a meeting with the senior management of the department to elaborate and clarify on some of the things which they are unable to do, because we are not sleeping in terms of targets which are not met. And this is an issue. I remember in the last meeting, in the last oversight meeting, the HOD said to us that some of the targets are technical. And she also said to us that there is a need for the portfolio committee and the senior management to have a meeting so that they explain to the portfolio committee the technicality of the targets which are not met. How? Because, I mean, when they talk about technicality, to us, we don't understand that these are the targets which they've put that they will be able to meet them, but they are unable to meet them. So I think that meeting, HOD, before we go on recess, we need to have it so that it should not be a song which is having a scratch that targets are not met. Thank you for that. Now, honorable members, I'm going to take the hands from the public stakeholders which have been invited to come and listen to the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement and GPF for the 2022-2023 financial year. I'm starting on my right-hand side. I'm going to note hands this side, my far right, lena le sa le mohare e manyane, lena ka mo. Ke note three, emisa matso ke le note mba usaka le ba butaka. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Oh, number 5. I'm taking 5 per row. Number 5. Come. You introduce yourself. God mang. And 3 minutes each. And if you are covered by someone or you must say that I'm covered. Number 1. No, it's fine.
Oh, na Francina Sawat. Kitwa komlap. Ko 34. Kitlile ka ne kitlo ipotsetsa fela ka taba e ya ka ya sefom ya ka ke tsebe ho etsahala. E sale ke ngwadisa ka 1996. Akso thole ntlo le ka jeno. 2 months back ke ile housing. Ke lo checkisa. Ko re ka August ke thola reference e sa itsebeng ha e sa le yaka. Le last month ke ile ka ilo checkisa ke thola reference e seng yaka.
Mama, aus Francina? O tla go ntlo o tla o check.
A ke so lo check ma.
Ke itse bo botlhe ba nyako itseng status sa dintlu tsa bona. Ba ye mo ntle ho na le ka mo morago. Ho na le mo ba checkang if you still experiencing a problem, because the HOD umo o na le nna today and kan Chief Director Colin Ote. Promises or I'll be with you the whole day. Konalech. Ke kopa ka boikokobetso ka moya kgotso wa lerato. ngwana mma tsa mo checka o tla boa. Yeah. Number 2.
Dumela batswadi ba ka, lebitso la ka ke nna Thamsi wa Gamasite, ke tswa ke le ko Zone 6 ko Diepkloof. Mabapi le ntlo ke ne ke eletsa gore ke batla ho tseba ka ntlo ya ka ka bang since ke tswile ko gae ka 25 ke tletse naga ke batlana le ntlo mme fela ha ke kgone ho kra ntlo ka letsatsi la ka tjeno ke na le bana o na le 21 le 22 o mong na sentse a le ka mompele ka tjeno ngwana o feditse sekolo ke o entse bachelor today ha ke na ntlo o dula ke tletse naga ka tjeno mme fela ke eletsa gore mkhulumeni ka tjeno ke eletsa gore ke kgone ho kra boroko ke kgone ho robala le ka ba flat le ka ba eng ke eletsa go ke kra boroko ke kgone ho thola ntlo ke thole ka khotso
Ma wa ka Colin. Yeah. Colin. Number 3.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. Question ya ka fela ke nyenyane e ke tlo e botsang ke lebisitse go tswa go DDG and HOD. The reason why ke botsa potso gore what is the difference between ha ke utlwa ha DDG and HOD ha pa reporto apa a answera potso ya gore why the black the human settlement the apartment di agiwa e be di nna le baka le letelele. The reason why ke ka lebaka la gore ke ka di contractors the performance of the contractors, but my question ko gore Flipsy agiwa 3 months and after 3 months the bonds house already batho ba se ba tsene mo yone. So the reason why ke botsa gore because the RDPs is for the poor, that is why yona e le gore ga e consideriwa go consideriwa the bonus house. And again this is ke libisitse ka ke libisitse ko go office ya sorry and ke be ke tla ko entity ya of women settlement GPF, well done office ya NTD stakeholder ke gone le tsena but mosebetsi wa lona wa khanya and ke le letsa matlhogone le gore o ka re le ka tswella pele le dire go fitisisamo. And again ne ke kopa gore DDG and GPF e ka re le ka tshwaragana lotlhe go ya le ko municipality gore ya ka le bua ka di repeat land release what se khwasa pala ne ke kopa ha le ka dira jana gore le etse gore gone ya no backlog is too much. Batho ba ba seleng ba kwadisa dintlo ka 1996 ba saletse ko morago. How about gore le ire gore ko di release land tseo le thomole pele ka di beneficiary batho ba tshwereng di C form e nne bone ba le ba considerang gore e nne bone ba ileng go tsena ko ntshwenyena ko di landing tseo tse le gore le setse le na le tsone for now gore backlog ya lona e tlete e ye ko tlase because for now Gauteng is too much for us re tlhatlhagane. And ha ke re ka e lebela DDG gape women settlement ke sentse ne ke le tshwa phoso o ka re entertainer batho ba ba ipayang ha batho ba ipaya ha le tswa le setse le ya ko
re nyaka ra record ang re nya go utla whatever ya raisang hele phapata matso record ya rena yo ba buima
le entertainer batho ba ile gore ba ipeya because why ha batho ba ipeile ga lena control for that la ba tsaya le ba isa go dintlong. So it seems that gore ha batho ba le ba isa go dintlong ba bangwe ba tla gape ba ipeya gore housing e tlete ba utlwele botlhoko. What about us from Soweto re tlhatlhagane ya ka di sardines mo malapeng? So please DDG and HOD ke kopa gore gone yanong le lebelle se le tshwanetse le se dire ka tolamo gore batho botlhe ba Gauteng ba tlete ba phele ka equally ba tlete ba kgone gore ba itse gore human settlement e ba direla go le kana kang. Thank you.
Ra leboha. Number 4.
Sanibonani, igama nguNonhlanhla Mabunga, ngiphuma eLoli Station Ward 8.
Aba utlwi?
Oh, okay. Sanibonani, igama nguNonhlanhla Mabunga, ngiphuma eWard 8 Region G, eLoli Station. iLoli Station under EUSP, which is informal settlement upgradation. So mina nginombuzo la oyi concern futhi. Ukuthi since iLoli Station iku phase 3, do you guys monitor lama phases ukuthi ngamampela reflection because of njengoba ku phase 3 I believe ukuthi implementation phase 3 asinayo, like nje typical example, we don't even have communal tap magasi ku phase 3, and then I'm so worried mangibona ama states ukuthi ama informal settlement aku phase 3, then nami ngiyacabanga ukuthi ne informal settlement engiphuma kuyo iLoli Station kuma states esiwabonile la ivelile ekubeni ukuthi is whatever egu ground I reflect phase 3 to an extent we went to 222 offices last year to ask Ubaba Nkosi to engage further. However, we were told ukuthi siku stage 3 because of we were pulled from the provisional and because of no case, so automatically sahamba saya ku phase 3. But recently sitholakala ukuthi bathi indawo yethu is not even developable. To me, that means it's not even a phase 3. So umbuzo wami nje usimple ukuthi, do you monitor those phases kuma USP or ni just iba ku paper, but on practical? I so wish ukuthi ama stats and everything la esizowabona ukuthi yinto vele practical there ku ground, because of if ever I'm worried nge-informal settlement le ngiphuma kuyo angazi kwezinye indawo, but ngiyazibuza ukuthi maybe khona nabanye abakulo ama phases just on paper but not practically so. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Number 5.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sanibonani, Dumelang. Afternoon. Igama uNhlanhla ukaNgwenya. I'm from sub-region D, I mean to say, sorry, Ward 51. My consent or questions are 3. One, the information that's reflected on the screen, however, the one that we are holding here in these booklets, it's insufficient. So I was wondering is it permissible to access the information that reflected on the screens, which is the part of the audit summary, because the one that we have is insufficient. So askwazi ukuthi sibe toe to toe kanye nani, understand ukuthi all this information ebenisinika yona where to go, or si understand kahle. So besicela ukuthi mhlambe ningasinika those booklets besivela la screening. Secondly, I have a question for Gauteng Department, Gauteng Legislative Parliament. Ukuthi do you guys have measures into place whereby you induct people from time to time with policies and legislative processes in terms of a framework as a legislature? How does it work? Because some of the people, they don't have clarity at all. So I was wondering if you can do that from time to time, engage in our councillors or the councillor's office. Thirdly, this question goes to land repeat release. I heard Ubaba la ati there are challenges in terms of improving or fast-tracking human settlement, building houses, because they don't have spaces. However, when we go in Gauteng as a whole, we see vacant lands. For instance, we have a Skyfontein in North Johannesburg. It's a semi-country, I would say, because there's a checkpoint there. So I don't think si ashota ngepace because department le land repeat release could engage those people private land ownership to say sell us your land or some of the land belong to the indigenous people or to this country or to this province. So I think you need to check there those vacant spaces and build houses for people because those spaces are for the people. Fourthly, I will say in concluding.
You said that you've got 3 questions. Now you're going to the 4th one.
Sorry, Chairperson. My bad.
No, you can continue.
Okay. Can we please, when we meet next time, ungabi nama those backlogs and underperforming what you call processes. Next time when we meet, kube something ebambekayo, something that is tangible. Yabo, there must be a progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm coming this side. I want to note hands in the middle. 1. One is 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 1. Le sheba nna le ska sheba di bo HOD ke nna ke chairang.
Dumelang kaofela le kae?
No, ke ba bona re ba ba intimidate akere. Yeah.
Dumela Chairperson. Nna lebitso la ka ke Paul Smanamana. Ke dula ko Naledi ko hot hona mo 20. So ke le Paul a ke utlwa le bua ka di title deed. So ke na le problem ke le ka ne ke batla ho etsa title deed. So title deed ne ke etsa bang romela ko high court ba re tlamile ko etsa ko high court. So ko Brakpan ke Brakpan di lawyer setsa di Brakpan zone ebe ke apply ba batla di death certificate tsa motho ene ana tshwere title deed ya ka ile la utwaka. So ka COVID a tlamile ba busy ka yona then until now I so told the title deed ntse ke le busy le yona a so ithole a so ke respond so na ho etsa la jwa. So potso tsa ka di two na jwanong ke tlamile ke ko kae jwang ke tse jwang hore ke kgone ho thola title deed. So ke botsa hape le hore ke utlwile le bua ka di contract sa mesebetsi jwalo. So bothata ke hore ke batla ho tseba hore na le empower jwang hore rona re empower because ba bang ba rona re tswa ko di training center but the main thing ha ntse re ya ko pele re batla ho ya ko pele ba re batla di wiring license ha o batla ho kena di tendering ha o batla ho tshwara di contract o batla ho ba reka ho ka motlakase ke na le experience e ngata ya motlakase. So but the main thing ha o fihla hore batla mosebetsi ba re trade test the 8 years experience. So ke batla ho tseba hore le empower jwang le company e yalo ya GPC hore le re etsa jwang go rona ba bang.
Oh, GPF empower bya.
Yeah, empower ya jwang go khona hore le rona re thole that di ready CD easy go ga di thola because re tswa di training center but ha re tlamehile finish up re thola stack one di training centers re tlamehile etsa finish up di re batla mo 20,000 for trade then di batla bo 25,000 so da go nga o sebetsa and ha khona o reach. So how to empower us?
Ra leboha number 2.
Okay.
Sanbonan ivoice yami yaphet. Nijani? Ya siyaphila. Almost lokhulumayo wakasibiya Ward 61 ePalmbridge. Size lana ngisizofuna usizo lana siwumphakathi wakhona. Siyama committee. So sasuswa ngo 2017 samuva kwenye indawo le ndawo leyana bebathi bayi developer umasipala but ukhansela wakhona by then bekulifa Nkosi so bas move lapha basisa kwenye indawo lapha eseceleni kithi after 3 months izobuyela back from 2018 so manje soku 2023 manje namanje asikakabuyele endaweni yethu lapha ngapha kunendawo ngase Sky City laphana kubhizi bakha ama time housing ba renta laphana kunezindlu ezakhe ngapha extension 18 ngale besithi kulezo zindlu kuzongena thina since sabhathi sakudala abanye ba qualify abanye into zonke since silinde nayo i-housing department kithi izongena door to door izocheka kithi mhlamba abobani baqualifya kithi bakhona ukuthola izindlu so izindlu lezi ezinye zathathwa ngenkani ezinye bangenile thina saselapha emanzini namanje siyenzile i-petition sabhalela umasipala senza yonke into but yes reject na sisiphethe amaphepha wonke la batshele kithi no ilento seyivaliwe so besithize lana sizothola
Ngicela ukuthi lamaphepha lo Colin. Aniko Colin, hamba no Colin ngaphandle ngamaphepha lawo kuncede.
Okay.
Number 3.
Yeah, Dumelang. Naka lebitso ke Moeti from Pimville.
Kenema.
Potso ya ka ke
E
hore-
kurileng. Ke motho a haola. Sorry, HOD, angere setse ke ba itse bjanong gore this one region e ke amang, region e ke amang, region e ke amang. Yeah. You can proceed, my sister.
Naka lebitso ke Moeti, ke tswa Pimville Ward 22. Ke rata ho leboha housing ha re file matlo, empa ke na le bothata bo i-1. Dintlo e ba di ntsha, but condition ya dintlo tseo e seng Pimville fela. Ha yo right. So, ho tshwana le ha hore ho bapetswe ka batho because o tla ka motho, o mo beha ntlo, o mo ntsha mokhukhung, o mo isa ntlong e wes of tamana a dula ko teng. Because dintlo tseo ha di conditioning e right. Potso ya ka ke hore di subcontract ha di fuwa motho mosebetsi wa ho aga dintlo tseo ba di auditile na di check-uwe na hore ba capable of doing that job because ba o etsa mosebetsi yes but mosebetsi wa bona ha o kgatlise re dula le batho ba e leng hore ba baholo ka matlung motho o moholo o i-1 ka ntlong ntlo e yanela bosibu o i-1 and ha ya ho lo reportuwa ho ntso re tlatla re tlo e sheba ha ona ntho e etsahalang ke kopa ho botsa situation e le jwalo ho etsuwa jwang.
Ra leboha. Number 4. 3.
Sanibonani. Igama nguSidney wakabhanca ngibuya e130. I-concern yami isekutheni lapha mina ngayenza application 96 and ngabizwa ehousing kuthiwa bangibiza 2021 hamba woza uzosayina subsidy form then ngayisayina i-subsidy form ngaceda ngasubmita everything bathi ke bazongifonela mangabe umuzi wami so-ready only to find it ngangena ku-database ye-housing ngathola ukuthi ngi-approviwe bangilocate eLufareng extension 5 stand number ngaya ngayenza investigation lapha ya eLufareng only to find it izinto azipheli my address isaseyislab ayikakabi nanamabonda so bengicela ukukhanyelwa lapho ukuthi kuyenzekalani ngezinto ezisuLufareng sihleli singanandawo zokuhlala ekubeni si-approviwe. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Number 4.
Manbulele Chairperson, ungugama uMichael wakamiya ngibuye Ward 17 Greater Kliptown. I'm an informal settler. Ndinengxaki apha ukuthi ipolicy national implementwa ubani na. Ndibuza lo mbuzo ngoba i-National Code of Conduct Human Settlement ithi umuntu mane 15 years ahlala ku-informal settlement supposed to be subsidized or be formalized. Kodwa sinele plus or minus 27 years to 30 years in Kliptown, ayikho into eyenzeka la. Libe nombuzo omnye othi ma ama official wesithi sikhumbule ukuthi elinyawo or leli bhodwe lenyawo ezintathu i-nationally i-provincially umunicipality umasipala la mangafuna ukuyenza umsebenzi ngama-official wakhe ubani umuntu omele ukuba athathe decision ukuthi this official ayikuyenza umsebenzi umbuzo wesibili lo umbuzo wesithathu njengoba eGreater Kliptown ihlukene kabili kune indawo ekuthiwa ziprovince kunendawo ekuthiwa zakamasipala ezo ndawo lezo zimbili ubani othatha iresponsibility eprovincial kuba iofficial iyiwani yakamasipala kodwa kunezindlu ezindala zekuthiwa ilegacy yaseKliptown ezimele kuba silungiswe eprovince kodwa azilungiswa nangoku abantu ziyabawela abanye bazo ngeze umbuzo wesithathu umbuzo wesithathu uthi nge-2018 Human Rights Commission iye yathatha i-City Department of Human Settlement yayisenkundleni yafika luwina lelo tshalo le-implementation akakayenziwa from 2018 kufika kwangoku
Nako ya tsamaya ke 3 minutes.
Umbuzo wami wokugqibela njengoba iKliptown ihluka kabili kune northern part kune southern part northern part of Kliptown i-electrified and kune inye part kule electrified way ebene infrastructure within it ngoko umbuzo wami ukuthi i-department ye-human settlement kunini izo subsidize or informalize abo bantu or i-restructure ngoba thina sihlala endaweni esingathi ine-infrastructure ngaphakathi but we are contested ngoko andikwazi ukuba ngalelo hlobo lelo sihlele ngalo sizawuhlala kuze kube nini na Ngiyabule.
Thank you. Number 5.
Sanbonan, and all protocol observed. Mina igama nguClifford Hlomani, ngibuya eKliptown, Ward 17. Mina nginembuzo e4. Eyokuqala, lama project implement our government. Anika okakha izindlu nama-flat. And then mina umbuzo wami ngifuna ukwazi, those project managers kuze umnikeze umsebenzi, have you verified that person? Was he verified? Then how capable would lo muntu lo uyakhona lo msebenzi? Okusho I don't know, because ngiba emotional. Okay. Then ngize kundaba infrastructure. Nakhe izindlu ezone extension 11. Zone 9, zone 14, the 22. Right, but now, how can Nake izindlu, but ungana infrastructure? Nitabat labo baye ngamanzi umvula. Because imvula my net immediately la manzi angena direct into endlini. Akuna drainage system. Right, ngize kule nkinga yama happy letter. Abantu banikezwe ama happy letter. How can you issue a happy letter kumuntu ongangeni endlini but utasayine leyo happy letter? Uyisana kanjani happy letter but awangeni endlini? I believe ukuthi mawusana I happy letter ungena endlini but nginethela I happy letter ngisezozweni but sign na happy letter and a government official bayenza the very same thing. Right, ngize kule ndaba ye material lebakha ngayo. Angeke ngithathe iminyango akhamazozo uyifaka emafletini equality yakhona. Amagiza khona manje bathathe 63 wamagiza. It's a project manager. Uhambe nawo. Athi ngeke awabhatala, ngeke awafake because of akayitholi imali yakhe. And more consult housing, because I won't mention name. Uyokutshela ukuthi no, lo muntu lo simbhadele ustedile, i-project iphelile. But now those houses are not finished, are not complete. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. This side, can I note hands? I'm taking only 5, ne? 1, 2, that were blue. Kere 1, Papa. Ke kopa o emelle, Papa. 2. 3, Mama. 1 to a pink. Mama 1 to a pink. Mama 1 to a pink. Mama 1 to a pink. Ashu, why born, Mama 1 to a pink? Yeah. Kiteri 4. Ki gender sensitive, Papa. Ngirsetse ke tsere banna ba babedi. Yeah. Yeah, ma. Okay, motho mo yang mo. Yeah, go morao 5, go morao. Yes. Ke balance ngere nga se se bontate fela hona le bomme hona le if ngona le motho wa people living with disability ne go mo accommodate ngere papa ako bone meeting kwa ka swale na ngere Lokarai, it shows that you don't have respect. This is a committee meeting. Number 1.
Mandibulele namhlanje kokuba khona kwenu apha bomama uNdlovana. Ikakhulu wena kudala siba nezi meetings nje. Ingxaki yami mna inye kuphela. Ndifuna ukwazi nje kanene umuntu xa wayenendlu ye-bond house. After i-bond house retrenchwa emsebenzini. Washekela nemali engaka 20,000 ngo-2000 wakhutshwa nje akabi nayo nendlu engaphansi kwalomgangatho ukhutshelwe just only 20,000 wahlala iminyaka wahambe jika engenandawo yokuhlala ngoku buthi buhlungu kwavunyelwa ukuthi maka-aplaye wa-aplaya ingaba ngoku alikhona olubonelelo lalo mntu njalo kuba unefamily eninzi anayo nesizukulwana ngesizukulwana kubhlungu bantu baka-government ezinye izinto zibhlungu kuba ngoku sihambe sihlala asinandawo kuzokuhlala ngenxa ye-20,000 eyemkayo ngo-2000 ukhutshwa kwam sendiqedile 15 years ndibhatale le ndlu yebhond. Enkosi.
Siyabonga baba. Number 2.
Sanbonani, Adam Tweni, Ward 52. Ngijabulile ukuthola leli thuba ukuthi ilegislature ize izokuzwa la. Ngoba sinenkinga nge-human settlement. Abantu abasebenza e-human settlement bathupile triples abayisebenzisi ema-ofisini lapho esihamba khona thina. Lapho esihamba khona. Okwesibili ngizocela i-human settlements kube khona imithetho eyishintshayo abayibhalile phansi abangayisebenzisi. Uma umama abhalise indlu. Ngesifom yakhe abhalise indlu. 1996 uyashona ngo-2023 ushiye umntwana omncane umama nasekashonela umntwana ona-18 akasakwazi ukuthatha lesi form yakhe athi umama wami bekabhalise indlu ngoba nakafikile housing bathi nangakhi athi athuna 18 years athi angathuna 18 years but hamba ubhalisa indlu yakho. So Department of Human Settlement, umama asonile siyacela ukuthi umntwana akathathe over incwadi yilesi form ayofuna indlu ngoba lendlu lena umama bekayibhalisele yena. Sicela futhi umthetho ushintshe lapha ngoba uma kunendlu indlu okuthiwa i-family house kuyaye kukhethwe abantu kuthiwe labantu laba yibo abazogada lekhaya leli. Uma no-4 kukhethwe umuntu oyi-1 ozoba i-custodian. Once loyo muntu wakhethwa wayi-custodian abhalise indlu ye-RDP, uma afika e-housing athi nakabhalise indlu ye-RDP e-housing bamtshela ukuthi unendlu leya indlu yasekhaya leyo bathi ngeyakhe i-title deed yatshintsha immediately ibize lela khaya le family house ukuthi eyakhe lendlu le. Yinkinga esidibana nazo kakhulu e-housing lezo. And another question is another question is ngabe i-department ihlulwa yini ukuthi uma uqeda uku-applya indlu abakutshele same time ukuthi do you qualify or you don't qualify. 1996 till manje till now 2023 asikasayinanga ama-subsidy ethu asikawasayinanga. Abakutshela ukuthi do you qualify for RDP house or you don't. If you don't, so that you can go and solve ubone ukuthi uzithola kanjani izinto ezingakwenza ukuthi uqualify. Yes, bengiqualify ukuthi ngithole indlu ye-RDP ngoba bengingasebenzi. I did apply, ngiyaqualify. Sengithola umsebenzi i-temporary. Ngiyasebenza lapha nangisebenza lapha i-Department of Housing iyacheka ithi sengiyasebenza. Nayi COVID bayasixosha lapha emsebenzini angisasebenzi mara ku-department ukubhalwe ukuthi mina I don't qualify kanti sengiyaqualify futhi ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Siyabonga baba. Number 3.
Sanbonani, my name is Matale Khodi from Ward 20. What I would like to ask is that I'm a person who's taking care of the people with a disability. I'm also one of them. So I want to know if I have a problem because I have special needs. Let me say they evicted me somewhere where I was living, like in the shacks, and I have a C form. There's a businessman who have money, who want to help us, the disabled and those who are evicted. So, do you allow us, or there's a land that you can help us with that land so that we can take this businessman and build for us, or finish the houses that was built, those who were not finished already? That's my question. My other question is, I want to know about those houses at Naledi Extension because I'm one of the children of Naledi Extension. Why I want to know about those houses, there's people in that place, they didn't go in with the right C form. They don't have even the C forms. So I would like to know because I'm suffering myself. I have a baby with a wheelchair and now I don't have a place to stay. I even went to court yesterday. I have no time. Can you help us, the disabled people and the people who were evicted, to give us a way forward that if this businessman can build us and give us whatever they want to help us with, allow us, guys, because it's too much now. There's old people here, those that are born 1938. There are people, they are blind. They don't have houses. They are sitting in the house. Mashallah, arechisa ka mo dintlong tsa bo mma rona.
Ra leboha Mauskalla, number 4. Muniel, ne?
Viva mphakathi, viva.
Awa papa.
Sanibonani. Sanibonani. Igama uGordon Mutsweni, Ward 46. Now ngicela ukukubuza mina. Kuza kanjani ama-foreigner nezindlu thina sisalo la singanazindlu? Oqala nje lokho engifuna ukukwazi. Uma uhulumeni ungangiphendula lapho, ngakuphinda ungizwe ngize emeetingini wakho. Okwesibili, sivumele thina siwumphakathi sibakhiphe labantu abangena ezindlini abangenawo amasifomu. Uma ungavuma ngisho manje ngakuthatha nonke ngimtshengisa nabo abangenile abana amasifomu, abana ama-ID kodwa abahlala ezindlini labantu. Kunabantu ababhalisile la. Abanye base-Avalon abasenandaba nalezo zindlu. Kodwa lokho nisithembisa into eyi-1 ngoba siyovota kuyagijinywa kuzwa la. So lithela igama manje engifuna ukuthi ngikusho kini. Niyasivumela siwumphakathi sibakhiphe labantu abasezindlini abangangenanga ngokomthetho. Mani ngavuma nithi iya kusasa ekuseni sivuma sishona khona. Qedile.
Ra leboha number 4. Order, please.
My name is Martha Motlasedi. Ke tswa mo Ward 20 mo Naledi. Ke ne ke botsa ke utlwa le hore there is a small business funding. As nna ke le agent le distributor, I'm running short of a lot of money to get a stock in Cape Town. And ne ke botsa gape e nngwe ya private sector and senior funders. So ne ke batla ho tseba gore highly private sector and senior funders, so maybe le ka re briefela gore ha re batla how somebody a batla investor. So go batlega bokae, what amount of investment? Lastly, ke bua ka environmental health, environmental section mo di unity. So most of the sectional title, so accommodate my student. We've got a serious problem. Yeah, noise, drunken, and then also, are you going to educate them about beautifying the place, like putting a small flower pot, respect your neighbor? 12 o'clock, some music, as people, we can't even sleep. How then you are wrong. So are you going to educate that Modi sectional title?
Raleboha, that one is meant for Department of GDAT and also Department of Health in terms of environmental health. Number 5.
Thank you.
Before bua, Mama, otle kwano ro kono assista ro kai reporter biang in those departments or feelings on.
No, ngiyabonga program director sanibonani nonke. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi angeke ngisakhuluma okuningi kakhulu ngoba amanye amamember omphakathi akhulumile and then aziraisile ezinye izinto. My name is Mtutuzi Jack from Ward 127 in Rodiport, Zone 5. So I want to ask, there's a project, a mega project, I'm sure you know about it, of course, that is happening Lapaya. It is currently happening at Rodrand. And then we are told that a majority of units there, RTP units, are going to be occupied, of course, by people from Solplaki, where the project is taking place, and other surrounding areas, including Bramfisher. has been eyed or is going to benefit from that. They are beneficiaries. But a vast majority of that is going to be Zamimpilo, lapha eChrisis. Now our concern is one. We have an informal settlement that has always been there for years, for ages now. It is called Vlakfontein, no, not Vlakfontein, Plot 8, Mhlangeni. And when we engaged to establish what is it that is going to happen with that informal settlement, we were told that it is not going to form part of beneficiaries in this project. It's a mega project, it's going to run, for the longest time. So we want to register it with yourself, to say it can't be that there's an informal settlement. Of course, abantu kumele bathole izindlu, i-commitment eyenziwe uhulumende wethu. But it can't be that kusuka abantu from le kude bazo allocate la, whereas there are equally informal settlements that are here within the ward but are not going to benefit from this. That's one. Number two, obviously we must advocate. I want to know what are the plans, Good Human Settlement, in relation to issues of young people. Yes, we do know that, and we do know and understand that more reach age, so. But specifically when there's a project of human settlement in any community, because I have a concern. Yoguti kucreateka abomama kuzoloku createka ama dependents abantu abazofuna izindlu, because I'm sure ezinye zezinto azilandelelwa zisavela. For an example, kuneintanga zami ezihlala emakubo ezinezindlu, i-project yayenzeka la bahlala khona, ba-applyile ku housing but they are not eyed for allocation. So and sometimes we tell ukuthi kusuka abantu bale kude bazo allocate la kodwa bakhona abantu abala aba-registered na housing but they can't be allocated in that project or development, So how do we deal with such? Ngiyacabanga ukuthi we need to find a way yokuthi sidila kanjani ngayo so that sikwazi ukuthi singa create a community where abantu abazali abahlala emakubo abakwazi ukuthi bathole izindlu. Bazozithola phi izindlu makuthi abakwazi ukuthi ba-allocate kuzo lezi ndlu ezila. So lastly, no, we appreciate the presentations. As with the presentation is about nama flaws here and there. Angeke ibe smooth because there's a lot, that needs to be done for our people. We created this society ourselves of dependency, but it is upon us, to decide on how to at least try to create a balance so that abantu abakali, so that while you are struggling from the backlog and now, but you are seen to be doing izinto efficiently and right, so that abantu bakwazi ukuthi benefit from this government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 6.
Dumelang. Before Kikala Ditavasaka, I want just to say thank you. Kalesa silela kaje. Kia leboha haholo. Lebitso la ka ke Semende Mungwambi. Ke tswa Sedibeni. Call Ot 6 Movango. Ke emela batho ba na le disability. Karaval is a serious problem. Hampona ki emamane ki emela bona. I'm right, I'm a disabled people, but I'm right. Now the problem, Kinani School, it's a special school from 3 years to 17, 18 years to 59. Now, that school, haina pleke, space hasiyo, how ya homaspala in Fuleni, Kinani 2 years ki zama lease agreement till now. Also new community, you reject the very same community, you rejected Kahramalapa. Kia zone 28, honane plek where ki zone 28 is booking. Rano problem, makwate kamo. How we are housing and franache no ungoli sanku. But all right, first preference ki watu wabahulu, and then the second ki disabled people. But the time we locate about disabled people, baba lakela kang. So I think today kita tola solution. On zone 28, mate makro, alte, adutse, hawana vatu, ki problem. Eya, urevakena kankano, I don't know. But ingata, that is the serious problem for disabled people. Last of all, we did a meeting. Motowa disabled people, asama afela kati crashers, was number one just to get a house. Bam, raise a kank. Please help us. Nothing about us without us. Rakupa government. Disability, how we reki, ukopananiyo na sileni. Ukopananiyo na sileni. Especially this nowadays, our young people, vayesa, vanava vavanyana kinanivona, kivanava 3 years, 4 years, already usha ali disabled. Please help us. Thank you. God bless you.
Raleboha, God bless you too. Get at this side. Dula fast, sit down. That's why I gave me less. I'll take one. Let's play one again. Let's play one. I get Mondros. Mondros, ne? I'll try Mondros. I'm going to say to some stakeholders. Eh? All right. Uga kwati mngani wami. So yangikwatela manje. 2, 3 wa booking ki umbrella or ki buka. Yeah. Ki tlo bua mo ena mkhotsi ka nkwatela. 4, 5 kom rau. 6, 7 young guy. 2 fast. Eish, ke ba bangata this side. 8. Kokomra. I'm done with this row, Kimo. I'm done with this row. Can get 80 more. 9. All an MLS come out to 10. Number 1. Mondros will represent again. I'm sorry to call you Mondros.
Greetings.
10, 2 minutes each.
Yes. Greetings to Portfolio Committee. We thank you, everyone in this house. Obuamoki Boki Pule from Ranfanteni. Kibuamoki Emititaba Yako Mondrosi. Tlaki state ka gore we do appreciate and thank Hore, the water is there. Last time in Hubilo Kameti, Achesang Hore, there's no water. We went there, the water is running and it's hot water. And then the carports, yes, they've installed the carports. And then they said 30, yes. And then we asked about the number of the houses. We are talking about the veteran houses. It was supposed to be 173. Now they said it's 172 because there's a pole, so there's no other way they can put another house there. So they are left with one house. We don't know whether the budget of that one house is still there or not. And then the other question is there any money for Montrose to be continued or what? Because we don't see any activity there for maybe building or whatever. And then the other question is the vandalizing of the houses, because those houses, they are nearer to a settlement now. They are busy vandalizing those houses because there's no allocations. And then the other question is,
As you summarize,
re kopa go botsa gore, okay, ha batho ba thotse dintlo e be ba rentisa dintlo tsele go etsagalang ka tsone because of dina le beng ba tsone, but beng ba tsone ha ba yo go dintlong tseo. Thank you.
thank you. Number 2.
Dumelang le kae bagolo? O buang ke Barata Modise from Westland, Manzeville, Ward 24. Bagolo nna ke kopa go botsa. Ga o itse motho o mo regioneng a etsa corruption. A rekisa RDP ka 7,000 o senang yone. Go etsiwa yang ka ene? O itse o le show le motho o tseneng a go boleletse ke tsene ka 7,000. Number 2, subsidy. Kopa go itse gore e etsiwa ko kae yang? Because ke approve but I kgone go understand ke approve already tse combine le ntate. So ba re approve. So ke batla go tsega ya ka ba go approve go ra gore a o tla grantlu or go approve ke gore o tsontse mo system because ha o check ga te extlolotlam re tla go eletsa SMS. Sometimes re tla go founela. Kgwedi ya wele go sa founi. Ha o ya ba go go ba go housing. So ke batla tlhaloganya gore ga go te ba go approve ke tlhaloganya gore ga go to approve ke eng a ke sign gore le nna ke tla kry ntlo o re yang. And then ya boraro ba go ga motsadi ana a kwalisitse a ba tlhokofala o boya e be gote o phomotse mo systeming le yone eo a ke gore ntlo ga gagwe e jelwe o re yang because bana ba teng ba tsentse ba kry ntlo ele ya motsadi.
Thank you. Number 3.
Nna lebitso ke Modise ke tswa Ward 20 ke ema mo ke hloka matla because ke experience tse dintho tse ngata tse bohloko ke batla ho botsa department ka Ward 20 re ke bua ka matlo a RDP au anatamele a hauwe na lady kaofela ana a le makae. According to my research, it was 1,500. Currently, matlo asakang a haua is 570 remaining houses. We went departments several times, reporter, but waka hara matlo is painfully ke batho ba senang di subsidy. Ke bua ka ntho yeo ke itshwereng mo. Last ke tsamaile batho ba hodima batho ba 100 bao re neng re lwanela dintho tsa bona. It's just only 62 ba qualifyang gore ba ka kena ka hare ho matlo. Batho ba ka hare ho matlo ha bana di subsidy. Bemba matlo ao ba ile kae. It's painful ke tsamaya le bo nkgono ba nang le 85 years nkgono o santsane a renta. But how o re o a sheba ke bua ntho eo ke e tsebang motho o apply ka 6 months o motjha o na le ntlo. And it's painfully ke tsamaya le batho ba disabled ha re ke re thuseng batho ba disabled ha re ke re thuseng di elders tsa rona ka hare ho matlo ha o kena mme le ngwana ba robala ba le inine ka hara shaka mara batho ba nkile matlo a bona ke ne ke kopa department re thuseng go tloa mo the way forward ke eng especially ke bua ka Naledi di stand di teng.
As you summarize, I'm going to say 2 minutes. Ke tsere batho ba 10.
Okay, mami, hali ke a bua. Ke ne ke kopa fela nna le re thuse ka distance tse mo ward at 20 tse 570 di ya kae di allocatelwe batho ba tsofetseng di allocatelwe batho ba disabled le batho ba ka hare ho matlo ba senang di subsidy re etsang jwang ka bona. Thanks.
Thanks, Colin. Number 3, Colin. Otwere evidence. Let's see what is inside the evidence. Kia kopa ne? And ke kopa le also law number 2 on arbosaga corruption. Re kopa hore bo Jackie ba tse address the particulars tsa hao. Number 3.
Ke a leboha mme modulasetulo. Ka leina ke Maremane. Ke tswa ke le ko Midrand ko ward 80 ko Raberish. Ke tlo simolla go bua ka land tse di leng teng ko Raberish. There's a huge land e le goreng housing housing department ba itsere instead of by develop by a coalition municipal government e lo goreng masipala wa city of Joburg. It's a time wasting to the society of city of Joburg. There's another land e lo goreng is opposite to Raberish. Yellow every year. The presentation is officially sell sa dictionary. Sa o tswala batho ba borena ditsebe. Ba re senyetsa nako ka yona ba re ba etlo developiwe. Even today re na le the informal settlement tsa o ka lekana 7 tse di leng teng kwa tse le goreng GDAD they are under category C, which they need to be relocated from where they are. But currently, our Gauteng provincial housing province do nothing. But here land by Philip Maspala. The reason why I by Maspala instead of by develop, we don't know. Meaning they are campaigning for the votes because Rena Leba to Salaba informal settlementing from 1993. Go on, no, but they are under category C, which doesn't make sense. And then the issue of bylaws. I need to understand the bylaws between the province and the municipality, because now, but they invading the very same land, province do nothing, municipalities do nothing. At the end of the day, invaded the land. Prioritize.
As you summarize,
the plague. Rokopore, are during and the last thing Ona le 78 million. Yes, alintite kilindiwe siZulu. Are ki au intensify the informal settlement. Or I know this lepete 58 mola. Even today, we don't know where is the budget. We need to know that.
Thank you, Alatela.
Dumelang bagolo.
Okay.
Ke ola o tse o tswa Manzeville wa 24. Potso wa ka nna ke e bagolo. O nna fa stene se foto ko gago. Se empty ga se cleaniwe. Batho ba tla ba tlo go senyetsa through stende seo. And then what's the solution? Because ga ke ya ko masepala, complaining to my councillor, a go nna wang welcome. Go pleke ke nnang ko yona. Okay, ke ya ko municipality. They can't tell me who's the owner of that stand. They say it's confidential. So how long will it be confidential and how long will I suffer till you fix the matter? And then my last question is, it's not actually a question, it's just a question to each and every leader here. When you said, I am a leader, did you ask yourself, are you able to reach what people will ask from you? Or it was just for a payment? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguNzwaki ngiphuma la eZola 2. So mina umbuzo wami nje ngifuna ukubuza ubaba uKholeni. Into engizwe namhlanje mangiphuma ngiyocheckisa indlu, ne? All along ngine form C igcwele itempu from ngaboma 20 from 2021 2001 kuya up until igcwele itembu nayi. So bengiloke ngumuntu ocheckayo ne, ngihamba ngiya la eDiepkloof ngiyocheckisa, ngisuke ngithi 222 eDrobheni, ngisuke ngiye eGanji Square, ngisuke ngiye la eZola office, banginikeza le form le database ukuthi ngiku database. So ngathola elinye elithi ngiapproviwe. But today on my surprise mangiphuma la ngiyocheck ngithola into ethi baba uKholeni angaka approvewa ukuthi ngithi okay manithi angaka approve kuze ngiapprove ufuneka ngenzeni. Hlala ekhaya uzothola ifone ezokubiza ukuthi uzosayina amaphepha wokuthi wena awuzange ushade, wena uzange ube nendlu. Yonke leminyaka akucheckwa. Ngabhalisa indlu ngiyang yazibonga ngakuchama nawe. Namhlanje ngina 53 years, 53.
Mokhosi lebelana mokhosi.
Mama today kina li 53 years. Liwena nekitla uchama. So bazongitshela ukuthi angiapprovanga for how many years from it was kwakuyi 19 August 1996 received by Joshua ngiyobhalisa eZola 2. So umbuzo wami kubaba uKholeni uthi sokufuneka manje ngilinde eminye iminyaka emiphi kuze ngithole indlu. Ngiyayifuna le ndlu, ngiyayifuna.
Sizwile ne? Thanks. Sipho.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguNonkululeko Ngobese, ngibuya eWard 65 eDaveyton eThwatha. Umbuzo wami enginawo ku leadership. eWard 65 kunemkhukhu, iSteve Biko. Steve Biko silapha ya for more than 22 years. Into engifuna ukuyazi ukuthi abantu abahlala emkhukhwini ukuze ba-approve ukuthi ba-allocate basiwe kwenye indawo ukuthatha isikhathi esingakanani. Ngoba abantu balaphayana kune-challenge laphaya. Bazenzele ama-illegal connection, basidonsela ugesi. And ugesi abawudonsile ubulala abantwana. For sure more than 12 or 13 abantwana sebeshonile ngendaba yegesi. Abantu bakuleya ndawo bahleli kabuhlungu kangangokuthi makunetha imvula amanzi angena phakathi emkhukhwini bame ngeenyawo naseyitradini makunetha imvula akuhambeki. Amakhansela ayangena ayashintshana ayaphuma ayangena akunamnyakazo owenzekayo ngaleya ndawo le. Bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi baze bathole ukuhlala kahle endaweni enesidima njengabantu. Kuthatha isikhathi esingakanani? Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Olatela.
Chairperson, ke a leboga gore o tlise palamente mo bathong. And ke lebogela le di-stakeholders tse leng mo kaofela, especially GPF. Keep it up. Go na le official e mentionile communication mo le. And ke nkenga communication because o face ka communication ko high. Loko yo sebetsang teng o ka ba top, yo opalwa because of communication is a problem. Ntshekeleng concern ka wena ke ya nthena ya hore human settlement he tsa di-policies e be sa consulte batho ba tshwereng di-C4 because of as a favor for mo to C4 ba deserve constitutionally and then since o etse mmereko wa hao o le a human settlement official hore wa mo hlokomela motho se otherwise go tlo ba le bothata ba boholo ke batlo o tseba gore a ho a kgonahala hore human settlement e ka tla yana ka lona di tlile so ya re change di-policy ho nyala go tlo ba so o divorce go tlo ba so gore o tsebe o tshwere C4 mo re o tsamaya mo tseleng efe. Thank you.
Thank you, Raleboha. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Chair and leadership. Ne ke kopa go botsa Chair gore ke na le problem. I was evicted mo ntlong that I inherited, and then only to find that the person who took the house or who took ownership fraudulently went to the housing department, ba mo fa title deed. Then I feleletsa a ile ko masters, got all the paperwork, and then I had to be kicked out of the house, whereas the municipality, Randfontein, at the time I was in Randfontein, they failed to assist me. The court, masters, they all failed to assist me. And I had to be kicked out of the house and with the kids as well. My kids are now all over the place. The other one is staying there, the other one is staying with me. Because you know that with family houses, there's always issues. There's always bullies who will tell you when to come home and when not to come home. So that's the problem that I'm facing right now. I couldn't get assistance even local court with all the will, because there was a will in place as well. They had to get theirs, which was fraudulent as well. But I never got any assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ari dumeleng bagolo. Thank you, Chair. Ke Jacob Modisane go tswa ko Westland, Mansonville, or 24. Potso ya ka e one ne ke batla go itse because re created the RDP and even our councillors ga ba dumele gore we can extend re credit title deed. So ke ntho e re ka e etsang yang e tshwanang di eo because we're still waiting for our title deed gore re kgone gore ka extend that includes as still dinyana.
How many years have you been in that house?
10 years.
Continue. Ke a leboga. Gore ba hana ka rona le tšhelete. Oh, wa latelang.
Sanibonani nonke. Ngibulisa bahlali ngaphambili bonke. Igama lami Felicia Tisani. I'm from Rodiport in Solplaatje, Ward 127. Bengicela ukubuza ngoba ezinye izinto sezithethiwe, ngicela ukubuza ukuthi njengoba abantu abaningi ba allocatwa ezindlini zabo but they are not yet in their houses because of kunabantu aba invadeayo. So into eyenzakalayo bengicela ukubuza ukuthi Ngoba singazi ukuthi i-government inema procedures wayo esebenza ngayo together ne-department. So benifuna ukwazi benicela nesicelo sokuthi kunama senior citizens amaningi ahlala wodwa ezindlini and abakwazi uzenzela. So kunabanye baze bagcina besithi if at least bangangena ezindlini bangakhona ukuthi noba bangathenga i-washing machines bakhona ukuziwashela ngoba abanye ba disabled. So i-request yami beyokuthi because nine project la ngihlala khona enkulu siyabonga ngayo. Very soon nizo allocate. So bazawubheka ukuthi maku allocate pha bafuna uyongena kulezi zindlu or bafuna ukwazi ukuthi bona kwenzakalani ngabo ngoba sebe allocate. So bengicela nje just ama senior citizens la are disabled nalaba baguge kakhulu bangasakhona ukuthini nje just ukuthi ba allocate. Angazi ukuthi bazaw allocate kanjani because banezindlu zabo. Okwesi-2 bengicela ukuthi thina sihlele endaweni anabo zamazama. Right la ngihlala khona mina indlu yami iline eso ozamazama bagubha from phansi kwazo. Mangihleli endlini yami ngizwa yonke into abayenzayo. Yonke into abayenzayo and khona manje badubula abantu. Ngibonge ngoba sithema sikhala nje i-leadership ifikile yaza yazobheka lapha izindlu zabantu zidutyuliwe including neyami. Imikhukhu izimbobo mabelala they sleep in fear. So into ebengicela ukubuza ukuthi ayikhona indlela yokuthi laba ba-allocatedwe because bathukile each and every day abasayazi ukuthi mabenze njani. And then okwesi-3
As you summarize,
nje ukuthi njengoba abanye abantu bathola ama-title deeds wabo ngo-2021 kwatholakala ukuthi the aprintwe wrong aphinda abuyela back angabuya kanjani la ahambe for corrections. Enkosi.
Ubuya ehotbani? 127. Okay, thanks.
Kalibito, ki Susan Molete, ki tswa Fochville, Ward 25. So, kana le bothata Fochville, matlo a di RDP a hauwe, ba re ngodisitse a hauwe matlo, ho kene batho ba seng ba matlo ba senang di C4 ba tswa bo Lesotho bo kae. So matlo a amang a dutse fela bana ba bolaela batho ba reipa batho ba bolaya batho ka moo. Ke mathata fela Fochville. Re ne re kopa housing ya ikatla e tlo utlwana matlo a o etsalang ka ona hobane matlo a dutse fela ntse o thefela le tla 7 ha iso ha o ima matlo a teng a empty ha ba kenye batho ho kena re bona fela o kena batho ba tswang bo kae bo Carlton bo kae ba tla ba kena ba tswang bo hole bo Qwaqwa ba tla ba tlo dula mo ba dula jwang rona re sena matlo re dula Fochville. Matlo a etsuwa fela ntho tse snacks batho ba bolawa mo ke ntho tse mpetse tsalang Fochville. Re kopa ke le tla tlo buisana le batho le masepala wa Fochville hore matlo a bulwa batho ba kene a sentse ntshitswe le di gizara di ceiling di wele mamati a nkuwe di festere di tshwatliwe. So ne ke kopa fela ha le ka mpalatla la tlo bua le mo masepala ba Fochville masepala wa Fochville hore aka ba bula matlo ho kene batho la sentse ngao batho ba rona o ska batho ba sokolang re tla itukisetsa ona re kena re dule le bana ba rona. Oba ga sokola re wa bala le bana ka mikhukhu mara matlo ka a dutse fela a etsa ntho tse snacks re a le kopa ke le tlo botsa Fochville o etsalang ka matlo ao motho o tlona le ntlo extension 3 o na le ntlo 6 o hirisitse ya 3 o dula o ya 6 wa ibona go ntho etsalang Fochville empe haholo bana le matlo ba 3 bo 6 bo 1 bana le matlo 3 1 motho a bala o dula 6 rona re sena matlo re dutse mo re dule re le jareteng tsa batho e bohloko ntho ba ke na le bana ba 5 bana ba ka ba robala fatshe pla betaka nna ke robala mkhukhu mara ke robala di mabete ka nako mara ke ngodisitse ntlo ha e tsontso tla
Ra leboha ma. Fochville. Fochville. Okay.
Ke leboha leadership. Nna ka lebitso ke nna Happy Mabobe ke tswa Morafong City ko Fochville. My issue ntse le ya extension 6. Extension 6 ina le almost 5 years ya hiwe. There are houses that empty, tse vandalizitsweng a di occupyiwe. Hona le di stand tse agiweng fela di slepe a di occupyiwe. And hence hona le batho ba shortang dintlo. Now, I'm saying to the parliament, hore ke kopa ba mfetetla ya hore ko kena extending se na the foundation fela o se tweet hore ke aga jwang because it's almost 5 years dutse mo e gile o tshora sena motho a zone but hence ko officing bana le a list ya batho ba mo waiting listing and aba ba 17 And ya bobedi hape kore, hona le batho ba occupyileng dintlo, ke di foreigners di occupyile dintlo, while the citizens tsa Fochville, tsa South Africa, abana dintlo, they are still crying. And how ka sheba monana, ke di citizens tsa South Africa, ba tla ba tlo raise the issues tsa dintlo. Hence dintlo di occupy ke di foreigners. And the government is not doing anything about it. And ya boraro ke hore, there's an extension go Velfordine. Hona le di stand tse ntshitsweng mono. Di stand tse no go twa how apply for stand tlamele o be le pay slip o gole between 3,000 and 5,000. Now I'm saying why ba batla batho ba na le di pay slip ba yo occupy di land tse ba yo apply for the land. Why can't they say the citizens ka ofela ba sena matlo ba yo apply mono, then motho tla bona gore o ikagela jwang. In that case, which but ba sa sebetseng ba senang di-pay slip are not entitled to houses. And I'm saying extension 7. Ha sa le ntse bua extension 7 ho tloa kgale, and a re allocated ditsha tsa extension 7. So we are saying rona re le di citizens tsa Fochville. Re extension 7 a re tlo emela budget, a re ba tlo emela budget ya di RDP. We are saying recopalere allocate the stand. How we zoning ya the stand, then allocate the stand. Now we'll see to it for the stand and say. Because it's really unfair. Because extension 7, maybe extension 7 in 15 years to come. In 15 years. At the moment, ki 5. And motoki my landlord.
As you summarize.
As I summarize, my landlord, he's a foreigner. I have never seen him. Because he desperate option. And I believe because of analysis. So now my statement, my last statement, Parliament, a land. Rona will see to it go rikagela jwang as the baagi ba Fochville re tla bona go rikagela jwang.
Thank you. We'll come and see the MMC of housing together with them, with the mayor. Thank you. We'll invite them to our meeting as a portfolio committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dumela. Mama ki ile kwa he ki tlo checkisa. Jwale ba re ha ba ntshe di reference. Ba re ke tsamaye ke ko Fox. Kona mo ke tla tholang reference ba tla nketsetsa reference.
Re tla o fa karata ya rena hore o tloha ko ba o rometseng. If you experience the problem, you'll phone us.
Okay.
We'll guide you further.
Thank you.
HOD, DDG, there are 3 categories which have been raised. Some there were comments which were raised based on the presentation and based on some of the issues. The second one, the issues abona sa like the third one, they need to understand our policy change. It is not done ka department. The department take area from the MEC. The MEC ESCO must go and sit down in terms of policy change. The red NC today. And when the government releases the red ends on those people who has given themselves the include, balla bar the red NC dia tshwenye. Ke bolela ntho e le etsang again. Ke bolela ntho e le etsang. Today the parliament must see to it for those people ba te allocatileng but bantsiwe. Here romela the red ends lalwa. HOD, can you try to answer where you can answer? Honale, some of them, I think we need to guide them. Re-identify 4 to 5. The Montrose one, they will respond on some, but the Montrose is a special project by the portfolio committee. Montrose is a special program. The portfolio committee. I think what is important, HOD, I think we must speak to our officials especially those that they are dealing with issues, the beneficiaries. It's not the first time to get stakeholders complaining. If they are stressed in terms of handling the challenges of the community, a person must stand up, ayonwa metsi, adi chudulle, then come back and proceed with the public. Unlike responding negatively, whereas people think that today the parliament, ya human settlement, itlile ho rona, we will be able to get the correct answers. Colin? Usaba shaya ne?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and Kilebue. Community yamo Gauteng, because I thought Nelebatu were so it only, but I could see Renalebatu are coming as far as the West Rand, Boni, Bako Mansiville, Forgeville, Randfontein, Midrand, Ekurlane in Pambridge. What I'll try and do, because I would have noted more than 60 questions, Chair, but if one must be able to go through each and every question, I think it will take us forever, but I think there are commonalities in most of the questions that are there. I think the first issue that I'll start with, maybe just to dispose of issue of Montrose, Chair, because I would have met with the community myself. In fact, my name was mentioned on television this week by the same community that we assisted. We indicated to them that there's two types of properties there. You've got your standalone houses, you've got your walk-ups. And we then, the standalone, it's your military veteran houses, which is 173. And we then allocated 120 of those to military vets. And because we could not get the balance, we then had to then convert and prioritize the elderly. And those have been actually accommodated, that's why. With the workups, it's unfortunate that we cannot necessarily, as far as workups because of security issues, but also for combustion, because omunye uzabasebenzi paraffin, omunye sebenzi gas stove, then it would become a disaster. There are discussions that are taking place as we speak between the municipality of Rand West and the mine, because the issue there is to have overhead electricity lines crossing over a particular mine, because that mine wants a compensation of about 2 million rands for that line to pass, or a compensation of a certain megawatt of electricity. So there are those discussions, and we are hoping that as and when the portfolio committee will be going there in around February, those would have been resolved, because it's not necessarily our own problem, but it's a problem between the two. That is there. On the Palm Ridge issue, the community of Palm Ridge, I've just linked them with the team in Ekurhuleni. They will be receiving them tomorrow. In fact, myself, I'm going to to Ekurhuleni at 3 o'clock today. So, but I indicated to them that they will be received, and we did make that particular call for them to be assisted. With regards to prioritization, but we got issue around how do we then prioritize people living with disability. We've got what we call a housing allocation policy. I think MEC Maila Kenaka 2019. Ulemukile ore hunale batho ba ipeyang. Ke nnete, hona le batho ba tseba hona hore o tlo ba le development. Ba kenye mekuku next to a development. And then what you try and do, we're accommodating them before we can accommodate those that would have applied in 1996. So MEC was very clear. From now on, we're going to have a policy that will prioritize people that would have registered in 1996 to 1999, but who have been approved. Remember, have been approved. What we would have picked up is that then, whether you can go back as 2004 or 2000, one of the mistakes that we made as a department, if a project will be able to take only 1,000 people, qualificationing re re no batho ba batlang dintlo ba ha ba tle ko pele. Only to find out when I'll buy 5,000 batlang ko pele. Then project a wife it can only accommodate 8,000. 4,000 it's people that would have been approved and not allocated, which means that project is oversubscribed, which creates a problem. So as part of the policy, we're also saying those that would have been approved and not have a claim against their name are also prioritized. So 1996 to 99, on all the projects, but 40%. Those that would have been approved and not allocated, but 30%. So 70% down. Those that are our elders who are over the age of 60, but 10%. We've got PWDs, people living with disabilities, they get 5%. We've got our military veterans, but 5%. So I'm on 90 now. Then we've got what you call a 10%, which are your special cases. We talk about but we go playing an or under the pylons, electricity, or but we see, or maybe it's a child head at home. We always advise people to go to the councillor so that there will be a special request that is made to the MEC, so that those particular families can be accommodated. So I'm raising this thing so that I try and accommodate, because others have said prioritizing disability. Omo would say elderly. So all I'm saying is that as a department, we have realized that we have overlooked some of those categories. We are now saying all those categories are our priorities in all the projects that are there. There would have been a claim that says department inikas abantu bangaphandle izindlu. I can guarantee you, standing here, ngempilo yami yonke, umuntu engizomnikeza indlu is South African citizen. Mase ngimnikile indlu namhlanje ayisanile happy letter. I don't know what's going to happen ebusuku. I can tell you it's our brothers and sisters. Maskat banika zindlu. There are areas last niggas want zindlu. Sawanika, I think it was a Friday in Denklong. Saya for another location on Tuesday. Satola Pakistan Satrome is passed and Zans. Then you ask yourself, good Ubano niggas omunye indlu. Would have given you a house, and the rightful beneficiary would have rented it out to somebody else. We are aware of those particular problems. In fact, we are also aware of people that would have received houses who are even selling them within an 8-year period, because our Fumalagang is an RTP house in a period of 8 years. We are in a process of devising means and mechanisms and policies to then say, how do we ensure that at the time Signigas Indru, I will release, because Signigas because Utawi idea. But Masa Sugi Latina, Asas would win Zaningai. So, still good thing to Guzal and Angoti, because Laundas Kumangabo, they are your families, they are your friends, they are your uncles, they are your. So, in Kenya, it's not the department, I can guarantee you, of Agama Foreign. It is people that would have given those houses to. The other issue has to do with the issue of happy letter. We're talking about the issues of my happy letter, individuals getting happy letter Maragunan. I would want to invite that person to come after Angbone, because I'll want proof that he be happy letter less I knew. Because he happy letter we told because ungenile endlini wayibona, because the reason why kuna happy letter mele ubheke ukuthi amanzi ayavuleka kulo ndlu leyo. Istructure similar sound. Only then is a sign happy letter, because I need to tell it did immediately masikunika indlu. So it's more like a sign yokuthi uhappy ngalo ndlu leyo nokuthi ithatha ididi yakho izalondela ngasemuva. Kunobaba ukhulume nge-issue ukuthi bekasele bond 20,000 rands. Bekuna program beyirana uMinister uJoe Slovo ngo-1996. Bekuyuza i-subsidy called consolidation subsidy. Bayenza, they went to all the townships where people were actually owning bonds. Remember, we said about Pam Bank during those times. What we then did, Abanye then decided to buy a debtor's book. E-colot was abantu from those banks. We then created that particular subsidy, which is now defunct. That subsidy does not exist. It was closed in 2009. Makuyenziwa i-housing code entsha. But however, what is happening now, which MEC does not agree with, is that you will find people who would have defaulted as bank defaulters, who are now coming because now they want to utilize the same subsidy MRDP. Because below its subsidy rate, you then come to a department and then say, call him Pito, subsidy. That's also called queue jumping in its nature. So MEC discourages such from happening. The Auditor General just spoke now with one of the wasteful expenditures, Ehlano. We spent almost over 150 million rands trying to deal with that particular portfolio of people that would have defaulted. The challenge is that government does not necessarily have any means or mechanism for now to then say, umlo defaultile, simsiza kanjani. If you can go to Protea, I'm sure there's so many people who are bank defaulters. If you can go to Katlewong, if you can go to so many areas. So you can imagine if we must be able to prioritize those that have properties that are owing little and those that have never had any subsidies in their names. Issues around road depot, I think, I'm sure the committee of road depot will appreciate. We have a project called Goudrand. That project has been standing still for the past 3 years. And we are aware that there's electricity that is actually currently being installed, and the allocations will be happening at the end of this particular month. Because we want to make sure that come Christmas, abantu bakhona enjoy Christmas yabo ezindlini zabo. It's one of the projects that is there. And I think linked to that, abantu bathe kuna informal settlement next to that particular project. Remember, Tina, how we work, it's based on a policy, but kunento baby is good to cancel resolution. At Johannesburg, they take a council resolution to then say, in this particular project, these are the areas that will benefit. So I want to urge, there was a young man, Begala, so that if they wish to be considered, that issue be raised in a council meeting, so that at least it can change that particular council resolution. I think I would have spoken to most of the issues. Chair, but if there's anything that I would have missed, I'm here. My team from Joburg is outside. We can be able to engage on any other issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. I think the members of the community and the stakeholders, they are aware that some of the things which they were raising, they were related to the municipality. But though that we are not working alone as the portfolio committee, usually we are inviting the committees of the municipality to our meeting so that they give us the response on the issues which they are raised by the community. I think honorable members and the senior staff from the department, we are now doing a way forward where I will give direction on what will be happening from this meeting. Honorable members, today we are here at Naledi Community Hall with the reason that the portfolio committee was bringing the department to do the presentation on the annual report, both for the human settlement and GPF, so that the community and the stakeholders will note what were the target and what were the target not met by the department. This is part of the legislature's work to bring the department to the community for purpose of oversight, not for the purpose of fighting the department. Secondly, stakeholders must be aware that before the portfolio committee is visiting the area, we come first and do an inspection in Logo in the projects which are done in the area. In this quarter, in this term, our main focus is Soweto. We are done with Tshwane, we are done with Ekurhuleni, we are now in Soweto. With the reason that there is a lot of issues which are raised by the different community through their PCOs, and they send them to the committee and also to the petition committee. Honorable members, we will continue doing unannounced and announced visit to Soweto projects so that we see whether there is progress in terms of what the department will be presenting to us. And we further said to the public that your inputs, your concerns which have been raised today, we are going to consider them and they will be presented to the sitting on the 5th of December so that the recommendations be adopted by the legislator. We are not here only for the sake of ticking the box. We are not, I hear someone is because of ready electioning. No, no, no. We brought the parliament to the people so that they should know what is the department have done and what are the challenges, what is the portfolio committee going to do. Re matlo alena. Re matlo alena. Lele ka re ba bang ke le lebeletse. Ba he. Re matlo alena. We were supposed to be somewhere, but we said as the committee that let's go to Soweto. Let's go and see first the projects. And let's take the department for presentation to Soweto. Together we can do more. We have noted a lot of things. We are not going on recess, some of us. We will be running around so that we see issues which Colin have responded, that they are implemented. And you are a nice audience. You have respected the Parliament of Gauteng. You stayed in our parliamentary meeting until 2 o'clock. I'm now moving to vote of thanks. I will request Member Schneemann to do vote of thanks for us. And the support staff, you'll guide us in terms of the lunch. While Member Schneemann is preparing himself, those that they have inputs, those that they want to give us in a written form, Nangu says, Jackie, just write your input, give it to Jackie, so that we are going to include it in our final report. Member Schneemann?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to say again, and I want to repeat, sorry, my name is Greg Schneemann. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, but the committee that I chair, Transport and Logistics, was here I think it was late last year or earlier this year, just after the Naledi rail line was reopened. We came out here. So this is the second time I've been to this area. But I just want to echo what the chair of the committee has said. This is part of our everyday work. All the committees in the legislature do this on a regular basis, where we're out there engaging with communities. So it's not because of anything that might happen or might not happen next year. It's part of our work. So firstly, I think we want to say thank you to all of you, our guests, because you are our guests here. We want to say thank you very much for having responded to the invitation to come and join us here. And we want to say thank you very much for the manner, you know, some of our meetings can get a bit rowdy sometimes. But we want to say thank you to you for having been here, sitting, listening, for asking questions, for engaging. And I want to say to you, the department here, it's their job. It's part of their job. That's what they are a department for, to respond to what communities are saying and to see how they can best assist. And I can tell you now, they're a department that works extremely hard. They're a department that hears what people are saying, but you must also understand, they are doing work right across the province. But they're a department that listens. And so I thought I must say that as well. So thank you to all of you for being here. Because if you weren't here, this meeting would have been over long ago. We would have gone back to our offices a couple of hours ago. But for us, it's our work and it's a privilege for us to be here and to be able to hear what you are saying, to be able to listen to you. So thank you very much for working with us and cooperating with us in this meeting. Then I think just to say thank you very much to the department, led by the HOD, to the Gauteng Partnership Fund as well, led by the CEO, and all the officials that are here. We appreciate the fact that you are here, not just to present to us, but it was more to explain to our guests here the kind of work that you are doing and how you are changing people's lives in our province. So we appreciate you being here. And I must say, just say, Chair, I think we must say to the HOD and to GPF, we appreciate the work that yourselves do. Sometimes we might give you a hard time, but we do appreciate the work that you do. It's our job as public representatives because we expect nothing but the best, but we appreciate the work that yourselves and all the employees in the department do. Thank you very much. I'd also like to, you can give them a big hand. You can give them a hand. Thank you. I think then also to say thank you very much to all the service providers that are here. I know that there's people that have been doing catering, the people that have put up the screens, have been doing the interpretation. To the team at the back there, thank you very much for the interpretation services you've had today so that everybody is able to understand what's happening. To the sound team, to the security, everybody that's been involved in helping put this session together. People operating the cameras, thank you very much for all your hard work. And then also to the committee support team, thank you very much, Jackie and your team, for making sure that this session runs so smoothly. I think this is one of the best sessions I've been to for a long time. So thank you to all the committee support team. And finally, I guess I must also say thank you on behalf of the chair to all the members of the committee as well, who've been here from the start through to the end. Obviously, it's our job to be here. That's why we are public representatives, to come here, to listen, to hear what people are saying. So on that note, thank you very much to everybody. Do I close the meeting, Chair, or do you want to close it? Let me let the Chair close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Greg. We are closing the meeting officially. And can I request that the gadget should be, all the gadgets should be submitted so that we should not get a complaint from the service provider. And I'll request the support staff. I think all the senior managers and all the staff of the department, we go back where we were. And Jackie shall explain a little bit what is happening. The meeting is officially adjourned. Nya cancer.
Kgotso batswadi, ne re kopa Batswadi, whoa.
Dulang fase, re tlo bana le order. Kira, can the staff, can the HOD and the staff, ke kopa le etswe before.
Batswadi emang pele, somebody ili di officials tse tswang. All officials are out. Members, la tswa ke re ma-
Ke kopa le dule fase, there is no